permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
It might finally be happening. Pretty much since release, I've seen comments hoping for, or even excited for, a Starfield 2.0 update, just like what happened to Cyberpunk 2077 2 years ago now. Unfortunately, that was never a reality for Starfield, at least it wasn't until now, as just recently, Bethesda started teasing a major new Starfield update that will finally tackle some of the game's biggest complaints. And we even have some leaks backing this all up.
Yay,
Like
Starfield
this
stuff.
huge update will culminate with the release of a brand new DLC and maybe even Starfield on PS5, following almost the exact same formula that CDPR was just successful with. This finally could be Starfield's comeback moment, right as it's opened up to a huge new audience, but the game has also found a second life with mods, and very specifically Star Wars mods, as they're even starting to replace the main story of Starfield.
Wow.
The game into an open world Star Wars RPG. But whether you like Star Wars, Starfield, or even just space, Displate has got you covered. Displates are high quality metal posters that you can hang on your wall. They can easily be moved or rearranged and feature all of your favorite franchises. Use my affiliate link below to grab one for yourself with a discount, and I'll even get a nice kickback. Starfield in 2025 has been really quiet. Following the release of Shattered Space last year, we've only gotten a few more updates for the game, including 2 updates in 2025, and neither of these added in major new features outside of creations. Watchtower was a community-made creation that was pretty much like a DLC, costing about $10. I honestly thought it was pretty awesome for the cost. But the teams at Bethesda have been surprisingly quiet, and now we're starting to learn that they were secretly working on something. Things really kicked off back in August as MP First reported that Starfield was coming to PS5. This following a series of older rumors that this would be the case. We even heard that the PS5 release was supposed to happen with Shattered Space last year, but apparently now it's coming in 2026 instead, a 2-year delay. Starfield won't be released in 2025, partly due to the RPG's weak sales of the first expansion, Shattered Space. Instead, Microsoft is leaning towards releasing the Starfield PS5 version in spring 2026. For those not in the US, spring starts in the middle of March and runs until mid-June. Starfield's release on PS5 is planned to coincide with the game's second expansion and other quality of life updates. So that's a ton of info. And as far as legitimacy, NP First and other past leaks come true around the Oblivion remaster. So as far as the legitimacy of these claims, other people have been reporting similar things, and yeah, we could trust this one. So Starfield does have a bright future, but it's looking like that future is coming in 2026. But assuming we could all wait that long, it's going to be a very big content drop. PS5
I'm gonna do Faction Warfare today,
as well as a new DLC all around the same time. In the recent dev spotlight with Tim Lamb, the current lead creative producer on Starfield, we got some insights into what that update might be.
We have some cool stuff coming, including free updates and features that players have been asking for, as well as a new DLC story. I can't go into all the details just yet, but I will say part of the team has been focused on space gameplay to make the travels there more rewarding. We're also adding some new game systems and a few other smaller delights.
So that too was a huge reveal. The first real confirmation we've had from Bethesda of a space travel overhaul, because it really seems like that's what these space gameplay upgrades will be. A few updates ago, something known as cruise travel was found in the files of Starfield. Bethesda even quickly updated the game to remove the mentions of it. This seemingly being a different way to get around space, where you can manually control the travel between planets like traveling at a much higher rate of speed. This, of course, being a solution to the long-hated load screen problem in Starfield, where really no matter what you do, you're going to see tons of load screens while trying to adventure around.
Yeah, like the load screens were good. I don't mind the load screens because you can fast travel with them, right? But why not give us orbital entry? I believe the game is capable of that. I think the game is capable of it.
Now, instead, there wouldn't be a load screen. Instead, you just
orbital entry. And they're like, yeah, they're like really looking at ways to like. I love Starfield. I will not lie. My favorite game is Starfield. I think it's kind of crazy.
Approaching Stargate.
You know, my neighbor asked me if I was a gamer, and I was like, yeah. And my mom had told him, and I was like, yeah, you know, my favorite games are like Rust, Eve, Final Fantasy 11, but and stuff, and he took the 500 wood or whatever it was. Fucking so dumb. Well, I hope it was worth it, you idiot.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Travel very quickly in your ship from planet to planet. It's hard to say how exactly this would work in game, but data mines
And also why. The other thing is
pretty
why.
similar to the Astrogate mod, which allows you to fly faster than light between planets. In cruise travel, the transport sequence will end once you hit a certain point. So likely, once you get close enough to the planet, it'll revert to what we have now and the typical.
It's just like, would you like to
travel.
load?
And there's even mentions of a
Approaching
space random
Stargate.
encounter that could occur at the ending of this. So pretty similar to how it works now. After you get out of the load screen, a random encounter can occur, and this could be really cool. Imagine having the opportunity to get up and walk around your ship while it's going on that minute-long flight to another system. You could manually control it
Autopilot
during this
jumping.
flight, or just throw on autopilot. Or hey, maybe even have Vasco control the flying. This could end with some pirates boarding your ship in a random encounter, or maybe it's taking fire, and all of a sudden you have to rush back to your ship's controls to fight back. And in a weird way, if all of this ends up coming true, if they really are working on a much larger update slated for next year, Starfield not getting updates in 2025 actually becomes pretty exciting. The last major update was around Shattered Space with the rover in September of 2024. So we could be looking at nearly a year and a half of dev time on this larger update and DLC, which again is exactly what many fans have been hoping
cheap.
for. Beyond just space travel upgrades, Bethesda also mentions new game systems and other
Approaching
small
Stargate.
delights. The other hugely requested feature is a point of interest overhaul. The addition of this rover made getting to points of interest
Ooh.
a lot more bearable now, but a lot of the points of interest themselves are still pretty boring. A giant pack of new POIs or even some more custom content being injected here could change all of that, especially if we get some more handmade or unique points of interest placed among certain planets so exploration becomes more specific.
I love
and
Starfield. I kinda
enjoyable
miss
for those
it.
planets or systems. And I think this is really smart from Bethesda, potentially fixing some of the biggest Starfield issues for a almost relaunch of the game to go along with the PS5 release could be just enough to give Starfield a second life. And what might suck a lot of us back in is the second DLC. In the recent Starfield anniversary post, Bethesda embedded a teaser for what is very likely to be DLC number 2. If you connect the flashing
Nice.
frames, you can make out Terran Armada, which honestly is about as exciting a DLC name as you can get. And also off to the side, we can see what looks like a
Approaching Stargate.
supernova or some kind of explosion around one system, perhaps a newly added system. So breaking this down, Terran means Earth. Armada typically refers to a fleet of ships. Obviously,
Autopilot
Earth in
jumping.
Starfield is destroyed. And won't spoil what happened here, it's a big part of the main story. But some bad stuff went down and people realized it ahead of time and fled Earth. That's
I
one of
love
the big
Starfield. I think
reasons
it's one of the.
everyone took
It
to
is like the
stars.
greatest
So
single player game
speculating
ever
around
made.
DLC from its name. What if some group from Earth went out somewhere to create a new home, but then this new home also blew up or had some kind of catastrophe?
Particularly
Now,
because
they
I
went
don't
back to the
care
solar
about
systems,
story. I need
maybe
the
with
world to be
plans
good.
take back Earth or something along those lines. Something I personally always wanted from Starfield is a more handcrafted system experience. So imagine the Soul system getting a bunch of additional handcrafted content, making exploration here, perhaps with a new manual flight mode, more enjoyable than ever. Not having to fast travel around
Approaching
anymore and having
Stargate.
reasons to explore these planets. So of course that's heavy on the speculation and hopefulness from me, but it does match pretty closely with a lot of the feedback fans have been giving, and I'm sure Bethesda's paying attention to that, especially now as it seems like they're transitioning into rectifying some of the biggest fan
Autopilot
complaints.
jumping.
And this DLC may also have a very long dev time. Back in June 2024, when speaking to Mr. Matty Plays, Todd Howard mentions how they already were planning the second Starfield expansion. That's not to say it was already in pre-production all the way back then, but at least conceptually, some ideas were there a year ago already. So this too should hopefully end up being a meatier piece of content, especially considering the negative reception to the first expansion, and Bethesda seemingly changing their plans as a result. Hopefully a lot of the negative feedback around Shattered Space is being accounted for here, so we will get something larger. So for better or for worse, it almost feels like Bethesda is just kind of sitting out 2025 with Starfield. I don't predict a major update before the end of the year, but in spring of 2026, we will likely see the biggest content update yet between DLC, new paid mods, and of course, the free update. And as far as when we'll be learning about all of this, there really isn't any obvious date. The Game Awards in December seems like a big opportunity, but Bethesda might also just wait until 2026, depending on how late into the year this content does drop. But when it comes to Bethesda games, sometimes a lack of updates isn't a bad thing, as this has opened up 2025 as a year for modders to really thrive. And what I've found is the most impressive example from modders so far is Star Wars mods. most notably Star Wars Genesis, a comprehensive Star Wars overhaul for Starfield that you can even have automatically installed
Cool.
with Wabajack. And this experience is quite custom. As you set up your character, you're going to have a host of new Star Wars races available to you.
I'm looking forward to this stuff, but I want a completionist Starfield's achievement system before I enable mods like this, and these mods are my reward for that. And it takes a long time, and I have to get back in the mood. And I have to let more time pass. Starfield will be there for a while, and hopefully by then Elder Scrolls hits and it's a better game. You know, I don't know.
Overhauled cities and even new locations in game, but also other things, new traits and backgrounds that are far more fitting for a Star Wars universe. But perhaps most handy for returning players, this comes with alternate start, so it can instantly start on Geonosis with a custom bounty hunter loadout and even a spaceship for my own unique adventure. In this world, I don't have to join Constellation. Instead, I just started with the artifact and I can immediately head to Constellation and just sell it to them for 10,000 credits, choosing not to join them but leaving that option open for later. And this mod does feature a partially overhauled story. It's still a work in progress, but early on things are very custom.
We're gonna watch the same video again from stupid ass Luke Stevens.
Because it's now a true Han Solo simulator. I was making my way over to some molten planets looking for Anakin's legs. Many iconic locations are added here, such as Hoth with several unique biomes on it. And of course, the enemies you encounter will be overhauled.
Jay Aubrey did Donald
Trump
Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
So here, I'm taking on the Hutt Clan's outpost, featuring a bunch of new types of NPCs.
The David investigation got worse.
Cloning lab and taking on stormtroopers as well as clone trooper remnants in one of the totally new.
Jump Space could become a modern classic.
There are further overhauls here. Enemy AI is much smarter, with time to kill being much lower. All of the weapons in this
Michigan church shooting.
Enemies dropping all sorts of new and custom items.
There was a Michigan church shooting.
Full inventory. Starfield doesn't have that by default. So it's not only a very unique feeling universe, but also one with distinct gameplay. And hey, if you already own Starfield, this is a really great method to get another dozen or more hours of enjoyment out of it. It's totally free, or just a couple of bucks if you want the automated installer, and it provides itself as a really nice blueprint. Just do the alternative start and start exploring around this overhauled galaxy. Who knows what you might find?
Yeah, like, so his recommendation is do the Star Wars mod. By the time I do that, it'll be a really, really good mod, but I'm not sure it's like that right now.
So that is where things stand right now with Starfield. The game is in a bit of a weird spot, as the future seems incredibly bright for the first time in a while. But right now, there just isn't much going on outside of some epic mods. Although, speaking of updates,
Fallout 4 is getting an update. I can't believe Fallout 4 is getting an update.
So I've been teasing this in videos for a few months now, but now's time. Earlier this year, I heard Fallout 4 would be getting yet another new update later
Fallout
in
4.
2025. There's definitely a
What?
trust me bro type of leak. I did personally confirm this with multiple sources on my end and did wait almost 6 months before posting this video. But if my word alone doesn't convince you, back in 2022, I said Skyrim would be getting an update and DLC that ended up being Creations. I didn't know what the exact name would be when I made that video, but what I described in the video is pretty much exactly what Creations released as publicly a year later.
Yeah, I trust this guy.
Further evidence that something is coming thanks to SteamDB, a really handy website that tracks changes on Steam. After that next gen update dropped for Fallout 4, we actually got one more bug fixing update after that, but then nothing else ended up releasing. Although movement on SteamDB continued, suggesting that Bethesda was working on something behind the scenes.
Wow.
But even that eventually
That's gonna fuck Fallout London even worse.
This summer, it picked back up again.
That's probably such bad news for the Fallout London people. You know, I bought Fallout London. I thought it might be really good, and the performance wasn't too good. Fallout London might be pretty good, but it's still Fallout 4. You know, it's... Oh, I get skills off skinning my own body, which I didn't even know. Skin lore.
so now we can't see quite as much info, but we still can see new change lists indicating something is going on, as well as all of these changes from both last year and this year are impacting both Fallout 4 as well as the Fallout 4
Oh
press
my
build.
god.
Bethesda is likely using a Steam beta to give certain users early access to this Fallout 4 update. And just in general, yeah, the Fallout 4 press build having changes go around it does suggest that something is coming. But that's to say, even if you don't believe me, I specifically waited to post this video until there was some proof of something happening on the back end with Fallout 4 from a completely independent source. And certain users having access to this update is quite important, as the real core of this new update will be around creations coming to Fallout 4. That being the same paid mod system we saw get added to Skyrim and that launched alongside free mods in Starfield. I do suspect this update contains more than just paid mods or creations, but more on that in a moment. But as this does ship for Fallout 4, it'll likely look a lot like this, paid and free mods side by side, and of course an avenue for mod authors or even modding teams to create paid mod content for Fallout 4 once again. The Fallout TV show led to a massive boost for their games. The most played game was Fallout 4. The main issue being, how are they making money there? Just months earlier, Bethesda added paid mods to Skyrim, but it was bizarrely missing from Fallout 4 right before Fallout 4 got its biggest player boost almost ever. For whatever reason, Bethesda did not expect that crazy jump on their games, but now they do. Speaking with Variety earlier this year, Todd Howard spoke about the impact of Season 1. We learned a lot, and as we head into future things, knowing when a season comes out that there's going to be an audience, both a new one and a returning one to these games, we're thinking, how do we make this the best it can be for the players? So while I don't know exactly when this new Fallout 4 update is coming, Q4 has a lot of potential dates. Bombs Drop Day on October 23rd, Fallout 4's 10th anniversary on November 11th. I think this day has a lot of potential personally, but we also know that Season 2 of the Fallout TV show is returning in December, so perhaps this just happens then. And this could end up being almost like a new DLC for Fallout 4. This is the aspect of this that some of you could get excited for. When the Creations update dropped for Skyrim, a variety of verified creators were invited to early access to have content ready for release. I have to imagine the exact same thing will happen with Fallout 4. That's likely why that Steam beta is getting changes as well, so some of these verified creators can access this content early and start making mods. In fact, they're probably doing that right now. So if you're somebody who's comfortable buying a $5 to $10 mod made by a mod author, or really, more likely a mod team, it might almost just feel like a new Fallout 4 DLC. And while I get and agree with some of the criticisms of paid mods, particularly when featuring reused or just simpler pieces of content, there also have been absolutely amazing DLC-sized experiences to drop since the system came out. I've now bought several $10 mods that I had just as much fun with as official DLC. Several of these just felt like playing.
Dude, we haven't looked at
DLC.
Starfield's mods in a
Of course,
couple
I
of
get why
months.
some people do not
I'm gonna do it in
like
3
the system
days.
whatsoever, but the reality is, after having some conversations with people in the program, there are authors or author teams out there that are investing thousands to tens of thousands of dollars to get these mods out. And that kind of investment is really only possible due to these being paid mods. And of
Yeah,
course,
Chuck's
if you don't
Alliance of
like
the
this,
Vulture
you
was
can
really
stick to
good.
free mods. Although you'll still likely be forced to see paid mods, especially for those of you on consoles, because it's all going to be in one menu now. Although I wouldn't expect any new DLCs from Bethesda themselves. They never released anything on the Skyrim side of the
Ooh,
program,
300 grand.
For Fallout 4,
Sweet.
that would probably make them a bunch of money. But especially due to timing, the Fallout 4 side of this update should be right around the new season of the TV show, which means that you really are going to want to get those paid mods out ASAP to capitalize on the TV show audience. So
Nice,
personally, I
another
suspect a fair amount of
135,
paid
450.
content to come in Q4 whenever this update drops. We know the season 2 of the Fallout TV
Oh,
show
look, I'm
is
making money.
focus, so I just have to imagine at least some of these paid mods will follow that theme. Although at least
Nice,
as of
another
right now,
60K
this is
puts me at
really just
900.
me speculating. I have no idea what the mod authors are
That's good, because I
actually
just
intending to
bought
do.
like a
But Fallout 4 would like to
tatami
see
shield,
bug
just
fixes and even some quality of
fucking
life updates,
completely
even beyond just paid mods for
random
Fallout. And
purchase. But I
Fallout
mean, I blew
4 is
300K like it was
still
nothing, so
broken.
now I'm back up again.
Action Pack from last year introduced a bug where if you install a mod that edits an NPC,
Making money in
your name
FFXI
will
makes me happy. I really don't even care about the leveling almost anymore. It's like money, the money in FFXI and the money in Eve. I'm learning that I like farming and feeling like I get the money to buy stuff that I want. And Eve is a really special game like that. Where is Eve? The fuck? Why is Eve off? Wait, what? What the hell? No, client is running. Where is it? No, client's not running. Something happened. It like crashed on warp or something. Even line. I'm looking for. Oops, you are not sorting by name. No, Eve's not on. I guess I better just close this and try that. Freeplex with Omega. 2D star map is coming to Eve, which is dope. I like that.
Better sometimes now. On PC, mods have fixed this, and most people just downgrade to the older non-next-gen version. But this bug is currently unavoidable on Xbox. You just can't use some mods now. Like here, the only mod I have installed is the unofficial Fallout 4 patch, and yet I am getting regular stutters. And for many, these stutters start off small, like here, you'll get them all the time, but it's just a second or two, so you could almost deal with it. But many players report that as you get deeper and deeper into a save game, these stutters end up getting quite severe, lasting several seconds at a time potentially. And that's not even the only bug to come from this. Some NPCs lost their face gen data with this update, so now their appearance is just incorrect. Some users have to constantly restart their game to access the mod menu in the first place, or they're going to get this error. And even once in the mod menu, the search no longer works properly. You'll be scrolling for a while to find that mod you're looking for. Bats will target enemies through walls, but since your bullets can't shoot through walls, it just becomes a bit less functional with finding targets. And the important note about all of this is these are new. The game didn't have many of these issues 2 years ago, but last year Bethesda implemented them with the next-gen patch, and then just left them there and moved on to Shattered Space QA. So at the very least, I do hope this is addressed by the update coming later this year, although I don't know that for sure. I can't imagine Bethesda adds in paid mods and leaves in all of these bugs, but I also couldn't have imagined them leaving all of these bugs in the first place. Although, in Skyrim's creation update, it did feature a variety of fixes and even quite a few new quality of life features, so I am hopeful for what comes to Fallout 4. Although, yeah, this will almost certainly break mods. Fallout 4 is an almost 10-year-old game, and this will likely have a major impact on the modding scene. Some mods just won't be updated to work in the new version anytime soon, and some mods won't be updated ever. But that's not all that's coming. Something interesting is also going on with Fallout 76, is that game is getting its biggest update ever later this year.
Between you and I.
Yeah.
So, take off your headphones. Between you and I,
Docking permission
end of this
requested.
year,
Docking request
we have
accepted.
probably the biggest update to Fallout 76 ever.
That was from an interview with Paris at Summer Game Fest Playdays. Fun fact, I was also supposed to do an interview here, but sadly, some people don't know how to stop at stop signs. But yeah, this is seemingly a massive reveal. Fallout 76's biggest update
You had
so
an
far
accident?
was
That
Wastelands,
sucks.
which added in human NPCs and dialogue choices. That update was massive. I mean, even just look at the wiki page for the number of new characters, the new quests, and even some of the new items added in. This was a massive amount of new content for the game, and no other update has even come close. But now we're getting something even bigger, and in the most recent public test server, we even have some clues around which direction this update is going. The current BTS is really testing out two things: the ongoing balance changes to Fallout 76. If you've not played the game in a while, things feel very different now. They're finally changing up the meta in major ways, and frankly, it's awesome. And even the camp building system got an overhaul, which is really just a massive quality of life improvement while building. I might actually build out my own camp now for the first time in years. Those are the changes we're supposed to be testing, but players also noticed something interesting on the PTS. The Point Pleasant Bridge got a big expansion. This is how the bridge looks right now on the live servers. At one end, there's a little cultist room that is a part of an event, and you can find these vines around it. But as you work your way further into the bridge, not much else is going on. It's just a destroyed bridge. Now in the PTS, there's far more cultist influence. Things were updated so that small cultist room extends much further onto this bridge. And very notably, these interloper vines occupy nearly the entire side of the bridge now. It's not totally clear what all of this means, but there are big clues. On the bridge are new building supplies, and there's a new event in the files around rebuilding this bridge. So perhaps we're going to have some kind of event around rebuilding here, and then eventually it'll be constructed and we can cross the bridge to Ohio. If you look at a map of Point Pleasant in real life, this bridge will lead to Ohio. It's even crossing the Ohio River even in-game. So now, that's what many fans are expecting from the biggest update ever. Some kind of Ohio-themed expansion, perhaps looking at some completely new factions or lore. One of the cool parts about this is Ohio just doesn't have a ton going on in Fallout lore right now. It has been mentioned several times in Fallout 76 already though, and Bethesda likes to tease things like this with Fallout, so we're almost certainly getting at least something around Ohio. There's definitely a lot of evidence pointing towards that. But as far as what that actually is, it's basically impossible to say. Ohio just doesn't have any established lore that we can go off of. They could reuse use existing factions or introduce a bunch of totally new ones. Or hey, maybe it's just a new raid that takes us to Ohio. Maybe there's not a quest line there at all. We really have no idea. Although there is another theory floating around as a result of these recent John Rush interviews that will also get many of you excited. During the various interviews at Summer Game Fest, a few mentions of things around Fallout 3 came up. At one point, the new update was described as megaton-sized.
This December, huge megaton-sized update coming to players.
They're doing like they're like completely redoing Fallout 3 probably. They're probably like giving it DLSS and all that stuff. They're going to remaster Fallout 3, I bet.
And even earlier in that interview, John Rush talks about interesting opportunities with Fallout 3's Capital Wasteland.
And location-wise, and not saying we're doing this, but location-wise,
Why are you passing a mic around?
Wasteland, there's a lot of room for storytelling with that too, like maybe a glimpse into things that happened before Fallout 3, or just as an example.
Back in 2021, I showed you guys the blocked out DuPont Circle that was built as an expedition's test cell. So this never ended up getting used. It seems like they were just prototyping certain locations that you'd be able to go to. And based off this gameplay, it doesn't even look like the cell was ever finished. But a return to DC is something that the Fallout 76 team has obviously considered for years now. Although that is fairly obvious, DC is right next to West Virginia geographically, but I'm not sure this is happening now. I think Ohio is definitely the safe bet, but they'll almost certainly do a DC DLC at some point. That's likely why John Rush has ideas around it. Maybe season 3 of the Fallout TV shows when we get that one. And even just calling the update Megaton size could be a new preference. At the time of Fallout 76, Megaton doesn't even exist yet. These walls don't go up until over 100 years later. Although honestly, that could provide some of the most unique and interesting gameplay we've ever had in a Fallout game. Just like John Rush says, imagine going to the Capital Wasteland a full 100 years before many of our favorite characters are even there. But just speaking overall, it definitely seems like a ton of Fallout content is coming later this year. And if you do want to stay up to date with all of that, get subscribed.
Hey friends, I'm not the only one who's starting to feel like the AAA industry is going downhill, right? And if big budget blockbusters used to drive the industry forward, now it's the opposite. Indie developers with AA games are stepping onto the scene more and more, and they're literally mind-blowing with their creations. One of the latest examples has to be Hollow Knight Silksong, which even crashed several online stores on release day. That's how much people wanted it. That's exactly why today
Hollow Knight.
20 of the best single-player games that came out recently. Games that truly deserve your attention. So don't skip ahead so you don't miss anything, and let's get started. Let's start with a real gem this year. One that's not only one of the most beautiful games, in my humble opinion, but also a true gift for all JRPG enthusiasts. I'm talking about Claire Obscure Expedition 33. The story setup literally describes the phrase, "Trouble has one beginning." A woman was sitting around, bored. And that's exactly what we have here. The thing is, a mysterious woman appeared in the game's world. They call her the Painter. Every year she writes a number on this mysterious monolith, and whoever's age matches that number, well, they die a year later. She's basically terrorizing everyone at this pace. And then one day, she writes the number 33. As you can probably guess, that's our main character's age. And also the name of our expedition. Throughout the game, we're leading this expedition to defeat this main evil. The story setup and overall execution is just fantastic. And the gameplay doesn't disappoint either. At first glance, it's a JRPG, but with real-time elements mixed in. So, you're choosing attacks, but you can also dodge, parry, and counterattack in real time. And you simply can't ignore the sound in this game. It's magnificent. I'm sure almost everyone who played through this game added a couple tracks to their personal playlist. The visual presentation is also incredibly good. The art design and overall artistic work here is also
but it's
unbelievable
turn-based.
level. So this game can easily give any modern AAA game a run for its money, if you ask me.
No.
If for some strange reason you still haven't played it, I highly recommend fixing that.
I played it, I was like, eh.
Next up is, of course, Hollow Knight Silksong. Without exaggeration, the main AA game of this year, according to many journalists, players, and in my opinion too. Good new Metroidvanias lately can be counted on one hand. And that's if you're a step away from all that hardcore gameplay about something simpler but insanely atmospheric? For example, I suggest paying attention to this year's low-key newcomer, The Midnight Walk. This is a real gem in the AA segment that'll drag you into its dark world and tell you several fairy tales that are just soaked in Tim Burton's spirit. And that wasn't the only interesting indie horror. Another newcomer came out in the already known Bendy series, namely Bendy Lone Wolf. Story-wise, we play... Next is The Altars, probably the most atypical survival game of all that have come out recently, with both classic genre mechanics and something new. Let's start with the story setup. You play as a miner whose ship crashed on a planet with a blazing sun where radiation just burns everything to hell. All crew members died. Only you remain. So throughout the game, the hero finds a substance that allows him to clone alternative versions of himself, alters with different fates. One's an engineer, another's a researcher, a third's a scientist, each with their own issues.
This video is brought to you by Simply Safe. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
No, I'd like to answer that question, at least today. I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
I urge Epstein.
He pled the fifth on that.
I said, you should release these pictures. And I remember
Oh my God, there's pictures.
you should release these.
Epstein showed me photos of Trump with topless young women sitting in his lap. Claims an author. Never mind.
These pictures. And I remember Epstein said, I may be a pervert, but I'm not crazy. And then he said, Trump is a man without any scruples. Chill went up my back then.
That was supposed to show you.
Halloween 1997, a prominent New York real estate tycoon had just published his 3rd book, The Art of the Comeback. Following up The Art of the Deal,
42 more grand,
Donald
956.
Trump, or rather his team of ghostwriters, recount how the early 90s were some of the most tumultuous years for the Trump brand, making sure to note how, thanks to some cunning resilience and big-brain financial maneuvers, the genius mogul managed to overcome the odds. At least according to those who have read the fucking thing. A truly thrilling saga that seemed to resonate with at least one other powerful man who kept a signed copy of the book on his shelf at home. To Jeff, the front page inscription read, "You are the greatest." Dated the same month it released, Donald Trump had dedicated this copy of The Art of the Comeback to his good friend, Jeffrey Epstein. The president has stamped his name on a total of 18 books over the years, and if you were to look at his 2004 work, How to Get Rich, you'll find countless passages of celebrity name drops, where Trump brags about all the famous movie stars and politicians he kept in his Rolodex. And if you turn to page 185, you'll find an interesting passage regarding a cryptic man identified only by his first name. Quote, "The mysterious Jeffrey calls it. As mysterious as Jeffrey is, he's one of the few people I know who can get by on just a first name," Trump wrote. "My staff never asked for a last name in his case, which in a way puts him up there with Elvis. Not that Elvis calls him much these days, but you never know. That's why I have a floor for security. Sometimes you need it. We've had some calls you wouldn't believe." 20 years after writing those words, the president continues to be haunted by a mysterious Jeffrey with no end in sight. Congress has just returned from one of their many vacations, which means the battle for the release of the Epstein files wages on. For the first time ever, Democrats like Ro Khanna are holding press conferences with the likes of Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, standing alongside survivors who demand transparency and justice from a government who has, for over 2 decades, deprived them of both. Instead of being heard, they've been met with skepticism and hostility from the executive branch and its most fervent defenders. But if this new era is to be defined by integrity, accountability, and the unwavering pursuit of justice, as FBI Director Kash Patel boldly proclaimed back in February, then why have none of these women been contacted even once by the DOJ?
The DOJ has communicated with you enough this year? No. Have any of you had any communication with the DOJ? No. Nobody in this room has heard at all from the Department of Justice? No.
As opposed to lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators, which is the promise Attorney General Pam Bondi made earlier this year, nothing new has been released by her department. No new investigations have been opened. The footage they have
Isn't that like Michael Vick owning a series of pet stores?
A nicer, minimal security camp, while the women she and Epstein preyed upon are kept in the dark. They can't even properly tell their story without being drowned out by the deafening sounds of a White House flyover directly ordered by the president.
This woman abused children.
It's a jet.
If Trump doesn't want them convening in public, the least he could do is meet with them in private, as one of Epstein's survivors, a registered Republican, has suggested.
Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax.
It's not a hoax.
I don't know about nobody suggested that.
The likelihood of such a meeting taking place, though, seems hopelessly low at this point, especially when you consider the president's attitude towards Republican House members like Thomas Massie, who's planted himself firmly on the side of justice by calling for a release of all files related to the late pedophile. But instead of working alongside Massie to bring these aims to fruition, the president has gone out and said this.
This guy Massey, he's going to be taken out. He's no good. He never votes. He never votes for anything, you know? It's like he's from Kentucky. He thinks he gets publicity by voting now. It's terrible, some of these guys. So sometimes you have to take him out.
Yeah, but they got him.
What does that mean?
I liked him, too.
Wait, what do you mean they got him?
In fact, while Trump sets his crossbones on Massey, some mega donors have already begun the groundwork. Paul Singer, an 81-year-old hedge fund manager worth about...
What's the funny teddy bear movie? I've not seen it. What's the funny teddy bear movie named? Ted, right? Oh, Seth MacFarlane. Oh. Mark Wahlberg and fucking Seth MacFarlane. Oh wait, no, Seth MacFarlane. That's the no, it's yeah, that's the Family Guy guy. Oh, I'm thinking of wait, I get the mixed up. Is it Seth MacFarlane or who's Seth MacFarlane? Yeah, that's the Family Guy guy. Yeah, I bet this is actually genuinely really fucking funny. I've not seen this. It's Joel McHale. I really like him. I like Giovanni Ribisi too. Okay, well, I don't want to spoil it. I guess I'll watch this. I've not seen it.
billion, has contributed 7 figures through one Trump-aligned super PAC over the summer, as reported by Politico, all for the purpose of unseating Massey and replacing him with a more compliant puppet willing to carry out the bidding of a leader who surrounds himself with sycophants and con artists willing to overlook the more unsavory sides of his character. But what do those sides look like exactly? Well, without the files, we don't definitively know, do we? I mean, that's kind of part of the issue. But what we can do is look at what's already out there. And in this video, we're going to be doing exactly that. Join me as we take a closer look at the friendship between two of humanity's greatest villains. Two incredibly rich businessmen who, at one point or another, belonged to the modeling industry. Two Florida men who resided right next to each other in Palm Beach for over a decade. A real estate mogul and his financier friend. A president and a suspected government asset. And for any government agent who may be watching this video right now, I'm just kidding. This whole video is a joke, it's satire. Trump was only friends with Epstein in Minecraft. I love the president, I voted for him 11 times. Please don't deport me to Uganda.
President Trump, for the first time, now reacting to the release of that notorious Jeffrey Epstein birthday book, telling NBC's Garrett Haake in a phone call, it's a dead issue. That's after the House Oversight Committee released these images.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit.
But you know who may love cameras even more than the subject of this video? Me. I love all types of cameras. Film cameras, digital cameras, I guess that's kind of all of them actually, but what I find especially important in this day and age are security cameras, as you can never be too prepared when it comes to keeping your home safe. That's right, this video is sponsored by Simply Safe. I remember a few years ago, my roommate heard the front door to our apartment opening at about 4:30 in the morning. He says he remembers waking up, hearing footsteps, the sound of the refrigerator door opening, then he fell back asleep. He just assumed it was me, but the issue is, I was at my parents' house 40 minutes away. We still have no idea who waltzed into our apartment that night and evidently stole something out of our fridge, but we definitely would have been more prepared had we first of all locked the door, but more importantly, known about Simply Safe. There's a reason Simply Safe has been named one of the absolute best home security systems 5 years in a row, a U.S. News and World Report, and has been recognized for their top customer service by Newsweek and USA Today. With Simply Safe, you can equip your home with both indoor and outdoor security cameras, doorbell cameras, entry sensors, water sensors, temperature sensors, glass break sensors, a panic button, a combination smoke and carbon monoxide detector, and so much more. With the app, you can arm and disarm the system, view camera feeds, and manage all features, giving you full control of your security from anywhere at any time. And with Simply Safe Active Guard, crime can be stopped before it happens. When your outdoor camera identifies a potential threat, it alerts a Simply Safe security agent in real time, giving you just another layer of protection to keep you and your loved ones safe. Professional installation is available, but I was able to set it up myself in not that much time and with not that much brain power, frankly. The best part is there are no long-term contracts and monitoring plans start at around $1 a day. Save 50% on your Simply Safe security system when you
Elon was in the Epstein files.
Completely free. Visit simplysafe.com/jobread to customize yours today. Huge thanks again to Simply Safe for sponsoring this video, and remember, there's no safe like Simply Safe. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were close.
Trump is at the show with Melania, who is of course now First Lady, seated a few feet away from Epstein. You can see them chatting during the show as well.
So close, in fact, that the future president found himself mentioned several times in the infamous birthday book that was compiled for the late predator's 50th birthday in 2003. Apart from the widely reported body letter...
Wait, Xbox is going ally?
This
wow.
page where Epstein and a Mar-a-Lago member appear to be...
It's an Xbox?
A fully depreciated woman to Trump for $22,000.
Wow, it is an Xbox.
The caption reads...
It's $1,000 though.
Talents with money and women. Sells fully depreciated woman to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early people skills too, the implications of which are bone-chilling. Also, if you're wondering who this gentleman is, that's Joel Pashkow, the former chairman of a New York real estate company
company, he was also reported to have contributed this wonderful image of some clip art women in swimsuits. Nothing weird there. Ignore the other drawing that appears on the following page of the book, which seems to depict Epstein grooming young girls
Down to
at what
320.
some have said looks like Mar-a-Lago in the background. So that's awesome. Joel Pashkow is also named extensively in Epstein's Little Black Book. Some of his phone numbers even have the words Great Neck written next to them, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. It's important to point out that one of the only other people listed so extensively in the pedophile's contact book happens to be the current president of the United States. See, I brought it back around. The genesis of Donald and Jeffrey's sordid relationship has always been murky. We don't know exactly how or where the two initially met, but we can pretty safely assume it had to do with their shared social circles. After all, Donald Trump has already been known to socialize with British media magnate and alleged Mossad spy Robert Maxwell during the late 80s and early 90s, partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert's yacht, according to what journalist John Preston wrote in his 2021 book, Fall. For a time, Donald Trump and Robert Maxwell had once competed for ownership of the famed tabloid The New York Daily News. According to what its previous owner, James Hodge, told Preston, Trump was persistent. Donald would never take no for an answer, he said. He never asked whether the paper was making money or anything like that. He just wanted it. I think about the 5th time he called, I said, Donald, let me put it to you in plain English. It's not for sale. At the time, I had no idea why the hell he wanted to buy this struggling tabloid. It was only later that I realized he was looking for a base for his entry into politics. In the end, Robert Maxwell reigned victorious after purchasing the paper in March 1991. But that victory would be short-lived, as the mogul met his untimely and mysterious demise later that year when he fell off his yacht and plunged to a watery grave. Though some say it was a suicide, as he was likely about to face a lengthy court battle for illegally dipping into his company's pension funds, embezzling his own employees to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, others aren't as convinced that a man of Robert's stature would simply take his own life, and in such a dramatic fashion too. Some, like his youngest daughter Ghislaine, believe he was murdered, perhaps as a result of his espionage work at the behest of a foreign entity, as asserted in Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon's 2002 book, Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy. What we know for certain, however, is that a few days after Robert's bizarre demise, his Oxford-educated daughter was pictured here attending the memorial service at the Trump Plaza Hotel in New York City. It was also the first time Ghislaine was ever photographed next to Jeffrey Epstein. Regardless of who or what initially brought Trump and Epstein together, we know it happened sometime in the late 80s. That's at least according to what Trump himself told New York Magazine in 2002. You know, when he called Jeffrey Epstein a terrific guy who's a lot of fun to be with and likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. I'm sure you've heard it quoted a million times by now. And throughout all my years of researching Jeffrey Epstein, I always knew these two had been close. I just wasn't aware of how close until these past few months, when a slow drip of new revelations began trickling out into the media, consisting of never-before-seen evidence like the birthday book, the signed copy of How to Get Rich that we talked about, and additional testimony from those who knew the two men very well. In the words of Jeffrey's brother Mark Epstein, they were very close. They were good friends. Jeffrey used to sometimes tell me things that Donald said that were funny. I know Donald was in Jeff's office a lot back in the 90s. It's documented that Donald flew on Jeff's plane a number of times. I don't know if they ever checked, but I know Jeff flew in Donald's plane.
Urban
also.
Chaos
I
is
don't
really
know
good.
If they've ever looked at the flight logs, they were good friends. In fact, they were such good friends, Mark says, that Trump seemed to find no issue at all in divulging the more unsavory side of his lifestyle with the financier. Mark recalls one exchange his brother told him about. I was talking to Jeffrey.
I loved Urban
and he
Chaos.
told me that he was talking to Donald and that he asked Donald, how can you sleep with so many married women? And Donald's answer was, because it's so wrong. Now, amongst guys, that was a funny line. And then when we were on the plane, Jeffrey asked Donald the same question so that I could hear Donald say it. For Jeffrey to ask him that question, number one, he would have to know that Donald Donald slept with
Got
a
the
lot
thought
of
too.
married women, and he probably got that information from Donald. That's not the kind of question you ask a casual acquaintance. That's a question that you ask a good friend that you can get away with asking those kinds of questions. It's also worth noting how this isn't the only time Epstein has made.
This was a
such
good
claim.
article.
Out of his supposed 100 hours of recorded interviews conducted between the years 2014 and 2019 with tabloid writer Michael Wolff, we do have real actual audio of Jeffrey Epstein himself discussing Trump's proclivity for sleeping with his friend's
Dual
wife.
shockers.
He'd say, Michael, come on, let's go to New York. And he'd say, tell me, what's it like now? You like having sex? You like, how often do you and I can go upstairs, or tomorrow come over. There's this girl's coming in from Los Angeles, probably Hawaiian tropic cuts. You're going to have a great time. I promise you, Michael, it's just me and you. You're going to have a great time.
This site's good. I'm gonna like save it.
The whole time, your returns with us on the phone. Listening. Setting it up. Because he wants to record. And the wife's on the speakerphone, listening down and saying, I know you, I think you're really hot. And I know you think you're guy Michael, like the end of the world, best guy on earth, will be America. He goes and nasty things to his best friends' wives. Anyone who first tries to gain your trust, he uses it to bad things.
It should go without saying that Trump has always denied these claims and that there are questions regarding the credibility of Michael Wolff, but it's also important to note that this isn't Wolff speaking. These are Jeffrey Epstein's own words. And I do think it's interesting that we have both Epstein brothers discussing the sexual habits of the president on tape. Like
Oh
Mark
my
said,
God.
you wouldn't know that kind of stuff if you didn't know the man pretty well, which is all in addition to another woman who recently attested to their close kinship as well. A former Sports Illustrated model and ex-girlfriend of Jeffrey's by the name of Stacey Williams.
The only friend that he would mention every time we saw each other or had a phone conversation was Donald. They were very close and they were up to no good.
Williams met the future president through Epstein at a 1992 Christmas party. The same year, in fact, that this infamous clip was taken by NBC. If it weren't already clear enough from the footage of them laughing and pointing at scantily clad cheerleaders at Mar-a-Lago, with Trump seeming to tell the pedophile that one of the girls was really hot, Williams told The Guardian that it was very clear he and Donald were really, really good friends and spent a lot of time together. Not long ago, she recounted a time in 1993 when she and Epstein were walking around New York, and to prove what such great friends they were, Epstein decided to take her up to Trump's office and barge in unannounced. What Stacey didn't expect was for the business mogul to greet her by forcibly pulling her towards him and pressing her body against his. She alleges that Trump began groping her, rubbing his hands all over her breasts and rear in full view of Jeffrey, the two men carrying on a conversation as if nothing was happening, as if it were some twisted game, she said.
They were back and forth, smiling and grinning and carrying on a conversation while Donald ran his hands all over me. And when that happens in broad daylight in someone's office and an assistant's walking back and forth, you're in shock.
Epstein made no effort to put a stop to it, of course, and later berated Stacey for not doing anything to fight him off. She says she was confused and froze up while it was happening, and that once they left, Epstein didn't look at me or speak to me, and I felt this
You want to get out there?
rage around me. And when we got down to the sidewalk, he looked at me and just berated me and said, "Why did you let him do that?" He made me feel so disgusted, and I remember being so utterly confused, she continued. I felt shame and disgust, and as we went our separate ways, I felt this sensation of revisiting it while the hands were all over me, and I had this horrible pit in my stomach that it was somehow orchestrated. I felt like a piece of meat, she told The Guardian. To reinforce her claim, Stacey provided this handwritten postcard the then real estate developer sent her later that year, reading, "Stacey, you're home away from home. Love, Donald." The card featured a photo of Mar-a-Lago printed on the back. Like the additional 25-plus allegations of sexual misconduct that have been brought against him, Trump adamantly denied state.
Of course. FBC.
Firebreak have been a bit of a seesaw. When we saw that first
Thank you, the
trailer
co-op
back at
bros.
the
I've liked and
Xbox
sub to your
Partner
channel.
preview in 2024, the alarms started to go off.
Look at this page. There's no follow here. There's no follow. So there's like no sub or whatever. No, there's no subscribe here.
Remedy making a live service title in this economy? I don't know, guys. Then we got to sit down for a hands-off preview with the devs. We saw more of Paper Chase, the first mission, and it looked kind of sick. But more importantly, they talked about their vision for the game.
Mission?
No time-limited battle passes, all playable content added post-launch would be free, and they didn't want this game to feel like a second job. Sitting in that virtual audience, I felt like they were speaking directly to me. Not long after, we went hands-on. That preview started off a bit rough. Sometimes they do. But by the end, we played through an entire Paper Chase mission that felt like living out an E3 demo. The music hit, our trio made its escape through the elevator, Gabe and I were screaming, and for a moment, the hype was real all over again. So yeah, we went through some ups and downs before launch, and that's the key. That was before the game even launched. When the game finally dropped, at first, we were into it. The opening hours are chill. You're just learning the feel of the game and its classes. And we were optimistic that once we unlocked every mission's full clearance level, we'd get back to that E3 demo magic. But by the time we wrapped it up, around 8 hours in, that magic had not come back. We were left feeling pretty whelmed overall, hoping Remedy can build on what's here and swing things back one last time in the right direction. So that's what we're going to talk about in this review, where the game is at right now, why we feel that way, and if this is worth or will ever be worth playing with your best friends.
I thought we were leaving. I have no ammo, and I just set up my turret by the elevator. we're going to end up there. We're going to end up there, so.
Good kitty.
Oh my god.
Which side are they coming from?
I
was on the wrong side. Get behind me, get behind me.
Where are they coming from?
I was just shooting nothing.
Stairs.
Dude, my game just went down
my game is
15 FPS right now.
I know, I was about to ask it, but I was like, my game is not doing well right now. It's way too many shares for this.
One thing FBC Firebreak nails right out of the gate is ease of play. We already released a dedicated how-to video covering everything from grouping up to difficulty scaling, so if you're new to the game, definitely give that a watch. But for now, let's run through the basics.
Oh, my kitty.
FBC Firebreak supports 3-player online co-op and is available now on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC via Steam and the Epic Game Store. You got friends on other platforms? Good news, the game supports full crossplay. Forming a squad is easy thanks to a simple host and invite system. A dedicated party menu lets you generate a party code you can easily share with teammates. There's also public matchmaking if you're running solo or want to squad up with random players online. Just note
so it's just like a multiplayer co-op shooter. Yeah, they're like struggling with these Civ games. Irma Reforger campaign. This is cool. It's like an actual video game magazine. I haven't seen one in a while. Oh, I love my kitty. Love her. I love my kitty so much. I love my kitty. I just like stroking her. She's just a wonderful kitty. Beautiful, wonderful kitty. I wonder if I can get her like more on camera. No. Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah, you beautiful kitty. I love my kitty. You gonna throw up on me, kitty? Don't throw up on me. You okay? You gonna throw up a hairball? Oh, she's gonna sneeze, I think. Oh, poor kitty. Yeah, you doing all right? Okay. Oh, what's that sound? No! What? Oh! Why am I sitting here? I told you to dock! Ah, damn it. Fucking so dumb. I told you to dock. I told you to go to Jita. Why am I not in Jita? I autopiloted to Jita. God damn it. Why am I not in Jita? Like, what the hell here? What the hell happened here? I autopiloted to Jita, and you sat me there. I autopiloted to Jita. How did this happen? We break things. Novus Ordo. Fucking cocksucker. Why? I didn't have anything. Fucking idiot. Maximus H-ness. Why was I sitting here? Oh, well, it's 105 mil. I don't care. I don't care. Why was I sitting there? 148. Fucking cocksucker. Fucking cocksuckers on these fucking games. Worthless ass pieces of shit don't deserve these games. The fuck is this shit, man? The fuck is up with these cocksuckers who play these games? The fuck's your problem, asshole? Oh well, I lost 100 and fucking, I don't know, 50 mil or something because and I actually would like to contact the GM about this. I don't see a lot of losses in Eve. Whatever. Fucking shitheads. Fucking worthless pieces of shit that play these games. They suck so much dick. Don't want to be around them. Don't want to talk to them. Go ahead and gank me, you fucking cocksucker. Suck that fucking dick. Worthless piece of shit. Suck that fucking dick, scum. Suck that fucking dick. See it? Suck it. $940 is pretty good, especially if I win it. So, yeah. $948 is the average price. I have driven the price down on this. $940, huh? The min is $850. No, I want $940 and I'll sell a lot of them. I don't care. And I'll wait for sales. It's fine. $940, $940, $940, $940. Do the same thing here. It's kind of funny. 94. I mean, hey, it's money. I needed to take one of these. I thought I would have bought more than these. Didn't I place a buy order? No. Oh no, I didn't buy Masters, huh? 71 760, huh? All right. 71 71 760 760 71 780. Yeah, 780 is what I want. Hey, how are you? 71 780. Hi, you can see me again? Okay. Well, hello, love. Hi. Hi. Every time I want to get mad at some shithead, I just touch my kitty. And I smile. Oh, listen to her purr. She's so lovable. Purr kitty. Purr kitty. Yep. And she just cheers me up. I had a bad time, kitty. Somebody just fucked me over for no reason who sucks dick all day. So, you know, just occasionally you're just going to get a dick sucker. You're going to get a dick sucker who sucks dick all day. You're just going to get it on one of these games, kitty. And so when I know I'm supposed to be angry or manipulated or whatever stupid ass piece of shit scum thinks, but I mean, it's actually more like, I don't care what they think. So yeah, what's that going to be? That's like 737. We'll take, you're saying 71780. I'll take 20 of them. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I have to bet on my self here, which is expensive. I'm going to get the expensive part out so I know where I'm at. Yes, good. And that puts me at 2.7, which is fine. That's low, but I mean, you know, I bought boosters and LSIs, and I'm going to sell them. So, Master at Arms. Yes, we're going to run some Master at Arms. 94. Why aren't we? 94. Oh, my kitty. She's just purring for me. I love my kitty. When the shitheads bring me down because they pointlessly attack me for no fucking reason, like the bully shitheads that they are, I just touch pussy. Unlike them. Oh. Good kitty. Oh, I haven't been selling too many of these at 72. Maybe they might like 64, a little bit more. It's a bit more of a round number there. 64 mil a piece. I've robbed them so much on this. I'm down to the last 7. Man, I had 140 to start, and I'm down to the last 7, and I sold every last one of them for either 32 to 72 million. And I sold all of them. I sold all 125, 140 of them, whatever it is. I'm down to the last 7. It's been a good run. I hope this is the last batch. It's probably not. I probably have 2 or 3 more batches, but I'll be done with the reds finally here. To replace that income, I invested in agency support drops, because if I can find the right number for that, I bet I can sling those forever. So I bought a lot of those, you know, 400 mil worth of those. 64 million on these Aura Reds. How about agency support drops? Yeah. What do you say about that? Oops. Yeah, you. Oops. Agency support drops. Average is 21 mil. So, oh, sorry, kitty. Oh, the keyboard. I'm sorry. Do you want to like sit down? You can. I'm sorry. I think 24 is greedy. If I could sell them all for 16 million each, it's like 1.6 million. So I don't know. And 16 is a little greedy. On the market, they're 6 mil. So normally I would charge 18, but I think 16 is a better number. We're going to do 16 because it is round. It keeps them nice and cheap. It's 16 mil. 16 mil, but that is triple what I pay for them. So, you know, it is income. It's good income, solid income. I'll need to post like 15 of them a time, but that's all right. We'll just do that. 16 mil. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go to the dump, I think. Hello? I'm sorry, guys. I have to go to take a loads to the landfill. So I'm going to go do that, and I will be back. Thank you so much. I will be back to go do some more gaming. Oops, what happened there? Oh, my camera froze or something froze. What the hell was that? I don't know. My camera froze. Anyways, so I'm going to stop the stream in 30 seconds here, and I'm going to pause the... Not behind. Maybe they're in the bedroom. That pair of pants. Did I throw it over here? Feels like I did. No, keys are there. Keys in this. No. Why is that warm? is that warm? It's just the sun. Well, hello. You're just sitting on the step, are you? Okay, well, would you like to go inside? You go inside? No, you're just chilling on the step, huh? Okay. Good kitty. You gonna stay? All right. Good kitty. Special kitty. Oh, I love her. Okay. Did I pause? No, I didn't pause my recording. Damn it. Hi, guys. I'm back. Sorry about that. I had a whole slew of movies lined up. Okay, so back to Mortal Online now. Okay, Mortal Online.
Stacey's claim, and even went so far as to say it was manufactured by Kamala Harris.
Trump denied Harris's allegations through his campaign at the time, which said in part, quote, "It's obvious this fake story was contrived by Kamala Harris's campaign."
It's true that Stacey had divulged details of the alleged assault over a Zoom call as a part of a Harris for Survivors campaign last year, but it's important to note that this wasn't the first time she had gone public with her story, as The Guardian is sure to point out. Stacey also isn't the only woman to say she felt
Benny
uncomfortable
Blanco,
in
huh?
the presence of both Trump and Epstein.
Well, I already felt kind of intimidated because it was in a dark office and I was alone with my new boss, to be, and this man that's a powerful businessman. And so I felt intimidated.
Maria Farmer is one of the earliest known victims of Jeffrey Epstein. After working for the billionaire as an art collector in her mid-20s, she became the first woman to approach federal authorities with allegations that he and Ghislaine abused both her and her underage sister in the mid-90s, providing the FBI with the names of powerful men associated with Epstein. Names like Les Wexner, who owned the property in Ohio where she had first been assaulted. Even beyond Wexner, she listed several prominent men who came around Epstein's properties often. On one occasion, in 1995, Maria was summoned to Epstein's Helmsley Palace offices at around 9 o'clock at night. Maria didn't expect to be called into work so late, but anxious to please her new powerful boss, she did what she was told, even if it meant arriving in running shorts. When she got there, Maria was met with a dark office. None of the lights were on, but she sat in the common area and waited for Epstein to come out and meet her. After a few minutes, a tall, imposing figure emerged from the shadows. It was Donald Trump. Maria recalls how strange it was for the business mogul to be up at the offices so late at night. She says he loomed over her and smirked in a way that made her think he was in on some kind of secret.
He walked up about, a few feet from me and just stood over me in a very imposing way and looked at me like he was in on some secret or something.
Feeling threatened, Maria then noticed Epstein come out of the other side of the office, who turned to Donald and quipped, "No, she's not here for you," before leading him into another room. Laughing on his way out, Maria remembers a disturbing remark Trump made to Epstein. "I thought she was 16.
Epstein walked out and said, "Oh, no, she's not here for you." And he emphasized, "She's not here for you." And he said, "Come with me." And he escorted him into another office. And I was like, "Who's in there?" And when he said, "Oh, I thought she was 16," I thought, is there a 16-year-old in there?
Maria has never accused Trump of any actual criminal behavior, but she has recounted how inappropriate the alleged interaction felt at the time. She recently told CNN that the visit felt so bizarre that she wondered if there was someone else waiting on the other side of the wall to see Donald Trump. Unsurprisingly, Trump has denied ever visiting the offices of Jeffrey Epstein, a claim that incensed Maria Farmer, who slammed the president as a complete liar.
So what do you say when they give a response like this?
Yes. I say that they're being disrespectful to the fact that I have given up my entire life for this case just to have it investigated. And I'm really sorry for him that he's caught, but, you know, I don't know what to say to that. He's lying. I don't appreciate it. He was absolutely at the offices.
Maria also said how she felt the FBI had believed her allegations against Epstein back in 1996, but that they still failed to open an investigation or even follow up with her until 2007, when more accusations had begun cropping up in Palm Beach, Florida. By that point, Maria was receiving death threats from Epstein and Ghislaine and was forced into hiding for her own safety. For years, the FBI had the chance to stop the ongoing abuse of young girls by simply following up on Maria's tip that involved numerous powerful men worth billions of dollars. And yet, for whatever reason, they did nothing.
The worst part was I named everybody. I named Donald Trump. I named everyone who I thought was a co-conspirator at the time. So I named Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump, absolutely the Clintons. You know, these are people that I saw coming and going, that I knew were part of it. And I made it really clear that this is a very scary thing for children, and that I see between 5 and 10 girls a day going upstairs. And now that I know what's happening to them, I want it stopped.
Why the Bureau effectively ignored the Farmer allegations for so many years is another one of the many unanswered questions surrounding this whole maddening saga. Maria is now suing the FBI for negligence, hoping that she may finally be able to see the report she filed all those years ago. Though it is worth noting once again that this entire thing could be solved right this very second if we had a president actually invested in releasing everything they had. This past July, Jack O'Donnell, a former Trump Plaza executive, went public with what he remembers seeing at the president's Atlantic City hotel during the late 80s. As O'Donnell recounted, the pair visited the casino together frequently, and that, in my mind, Epstein was his best friend, you know, throughout the time I was there for 4 years. On one of those nights, O'Donnell claimed that Epstein and Trump were reprimanded for bringing 3 girls under the age of 21 onto the casino floor. O'Donnell remembers casino commission inspectors grilling him the next morning in his office, and that the reason they knew they were below gambling age was because one of the inspectors recognized one of the girls as the number 3 ranked tennis player in the world. This inspector happened to be a tennis fan, and he said, "Jack, I know she's 19 years old. They had determined that the women they brought down there were underage to be in the casino. Per New Jersey state law, O'Donnell was required
19's
to
fine,
Trump
though.
and let him know that these types of indiscretions could not be tolerated going forward. I had to call him and say, they're giving you a break this time, but if this happens again, the fine is going to be substantial and it's going to be on your head," O'Donnell recalled to CNN. "I did tell him in that conversation, I don't think you should be hanging out with this, just so you know. And you certainly shouldn't be doing that in Atlantic City." I guess Trump didn't heed O'Donnell's advice, though, since he continued to party with Epstein for years. The White House responded to Jack O'Donnell's claims with the usual grace and tact that I think we've all come to expect from this administration. "Jack O'Donnell is a stone-cold loser who is a liar and a fraud. This is a completely fabricated story from his warped imagination as he suffers from Trump derangement syndrome that has rotted his pea-sized brain." All right, well, I'm convinced. This sort of carefully worded and incredibly persuasive sentiment embodies a common approach we see from the Trump camp. Stephen Chung, the same White House director who issued the statement, was also the one who pushed the talking point that Trump had severed all ties with Epstein after the latter had tried to flirt with the daughter of a wealthy Mar-a-Lago guest. According to Chung, the president kicked him out of his club for being a creep, and that was the end of it, I guess. Never mind the rival narrative that has Trump and Epstein falling out over a bidding war for a beachfront property both men wanted in Florida, just weeks before the Palm Beach PD received an anonymous tip about a billionaire running an underage sex ring out of his home. That series of events became public knowledge after a 2019 Washington Post article documenting their 2004 breakup and citing a number of sources involved in the property sale. It also quotes prominent Trump ally Roger Stone, who, in a bizarre attempt to defend his pal, I think, said that Trump once told him, "The one time I visited visited Epstein's Palm Beach home, the swimming pool was full of beautiful young girls. How nice, I thought. He let the neighborhood kids use his pool. That's what Trump said to Roger Stone, according to Stone. Again, someone who likes Donald Trump and was trying to do him a favor. Great job, man. But now there's a new third theory as to why the two men went their separate ways, and it completely flies in the face of what Chung had initially said. Donald Trump, who isn't exactly the sharp, vibrant beacon of mental wellness he may have used to be, recently conflicted his own White House by telling reporters that Epstein had stolen prominent Epstein accuser and former Mar-a-Lago spa attendant Virginia Giuffre from him as an employee.
I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago, and people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone.
Does that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. He stole her.
For some reason,
He stole her.
Reporters in that room felt the urge to ask what Trump believed Virginia to be doing as an employee of Epstein. I feel like that's something that should be asked. The mysterious financier's official job description was never the most well-defined, so naturally one has to wonder what a 16-year-old Mar-a-Lago spa attendant could possibly be doing for Jeffrey Epstein on paper besides giving him massages. Why would Trump be okay with that? Assuming he knew his own employee was a teenager, why didn't he do something back then? He just thought it was totally chill and cool for a 16-year-old to get scooped up by this crusty middle-aged billionaire? It makes no sense. For years, Virginia spoke openly about being recruited at Trump's property by Ghislaine Maxwell and subsequently being trafficked to wealthy businessmen and powerful politicians, made to have sex with numerous men, including Prince Andrew. Though at the end of this round of questions, Trump made sure to throw in that Virginia had no complaints about us.
And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know.
But what's also notable is that according to the 2020 book, The Grifters Club, Jeffrey
14
was still a member
child.
of Mar-a-Lago as late as 2007. 7 whole years after he recruited Virginia, and 3 years after their last known correspondence, which the Washington Post reports was the bidding war. A New York Post article from that year even had Epstein himself claiming that he had not been banned and that he had in fact recently been invited to an event at Trump's club. So if that's true, then that would have put Epstein at Mar-a-Lago a year after the Palm Beach Post had publicly reported the allegations against him. Unfortunately, Virginia is no longer able to respond herself, as she tragically took her own life following a violent car accident this past April. Her family, however, has expressed shock at the president's use of the word stolen in relation to her being roped into a sex trafficking ring against her will as a teenager, one where she experienced regular abuse from Epstein, Ghislaine, and countless powerful friends for many years. It was shocking to hear President Trump invoke our sister and say that he was aware that Virginia had been stolen from Mar-a-Lago. They've recently stated, "We and the public are asking for answers. Survivors deserve this." What's amazing is that even after these callous remarks, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt still deferred back to Stephen Chung's original line of defense, the line of defense that has now been discredited by Trump. Make no mistake, these people think you're fucking stupid. But the more inconsistencies there are, the more speculation will run rampant. Accusations of guilt will continue to pile up so long as the full files are not released. And critics of the president will no doubt continue to look even further into his years-long relationship with Epstein and all of the allegations that come with it.
And breaking news involving a woman who claims Donald Trump raped her when she was 13.
KCAL9's Peter Dowd is live in Woodland Hills now, where the woman was set to go public less than an hour ago. Peter.
I've mentioned before that Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown played a defining role in pushing the federal government to indict Jeffrey Epstein a second time on sex trafficking charges in 2019. Her series of articles published during the latter half of the 2010s was instrumental in reigniting public interest of the story. But what isn't often discussed is the key reason as to why she decided to re-examine the case in the first place. It had to do with Trump's 2016 bid for president. As she stated quite plainly on Twitter back in July, "The reason I took up the case is because a woman filed a lawsuit against Mr. Trump alleging he raped her while she was a teenager."
Here's the thing. These kind of men that do these kinds of crime prey on women that are, sometimes they're very vulnerable. They're very messed up mentally. They have a lot of problems. Katie Johnson was one of those people that really had a history of problems. I think they easily intimidated her. Whether her story is true or false, I don't think we'll ever know.
In her version of justice, Brown described the lawsuit brought against the future president long before anyone knew the name Jeffrey Epstein. In early 2016, a woman going by the name of Katie Johnson,
she died in Havana,
filed a civil complaint in federal court in California,
Assata
where she
Shakur.
outlined a 4-month period in 1994 where she says she was sexually abused and raped by both Trump and Epstein at the age of just 13. She alleged that she had been invited to underage sex parties at Epstein's Manhattan residence, where she came into contact with the then business magnate. Drawn in by prospects of a modeling career, not unlike many other Epstein victims, Katie claims she was forced to have sex with Trump several times, including once with another girl, 12 years old, whom she labeled Maria Doe. The suit also alleges Epstein was furious when he found out Trump had taken Katie's virginity, that he attempted to strike her in the head with his fists, and that both men threatened to harm her and her family if she ever said anything. Brown writes that Johnson was seeking $100 million in damages from the then frontrunner of the GOP primary. While the story hardly received any coverage at the time the lawsuit was filed,
she escaped from prison.
Did vehemently deny the claims to
Cool, I want to learn the story.
Perhaps as a result of Katie filing the suit on her own behalf, it turned out that she had failed to file it.
Assata Shakur died free.
Brown points out. And
Assata Shakur, let's go look at her. She killed a police officer in New Jersey, and they threw her in jail, and she escaped.
No box here, you're always playing with real people.
Therefore, the case...
When playing as a group, all players receive credit for...
Nope. Stop.
For Hype Plus News, I'm Symphony Thompson.
Thank you, Hype Plus News.
Of many Black revolutionaries like Fred Hampton and Malcolm X, but how much of their stories do we really know? We learn about the nation's most notable Black leaders in school and in the media, but even the things you can learn can be misconstrued depending on the source. A perfect example of this is many false details about Martin Luther King Jr. portrayed in the media by way of the FBI. Another radical leader who shares the experience of having their narrative be told by the government is activist and author Assata Shakur. Some may know her as a member of the Black Liberation Army. Some may recognize the name as the late rapper Tupac Shakur's godmother. But if you were to look up Assata Shakur on the internet, you might find that she's a bank robber, a kidnapper, and a murderer. According to Shakur, through interviews in her autobiography, Assata, that is not at all her
So she wrote an autobiography?
Story. It is true that she has been a political activist since the 1960s, has worked alongside many famous revolutionaries like Huey P. Newton and Angela Davis.
Hells
The
yeah.
meaning of her chosen name, Assata Alubala, reflects her life and legacy. She who struggles for the people. Her life has been dedicated to the collective struggle for Black liberation. So how did Assata go from activist to FBI's most wanted? This is what you didn't know about Assata Shakur. There is no evidence of the birth of Assata Shakur, at least none that can be confirmed by the FBI. The wanted poster released by the Federal Bureau of Investigation lists Shakur's birthday as July 16, 1947. But in parentheses, it states, not substantiated by birth records. The FBI also notes that Shakur used August 19, 1952 as her birthday. However, she was born as Joanne Deborah Bryan, what she calls her slave name, in Jamaica, Queens, New York, where she grew up moving back and forth between her mom, aunt, and grandparents in Wilmington, North Carolina. Growing up in the Jim Crow era, Shakur's grandparents, Lola and Frank Hill, who owned a local dance hall, instilled in her a sense of dignity, especially regards to white people. They would tell her things like, "You're as good as anyone else. Don't let anyone tell you that they're better than you."
They
and when
aren't.
it came to white people, she
All
was
people are
forbidden from
equal. All life is sacred.
them ma'am or sir, looking down while speaking to them, or any other subservient gestures. In her autobiography, she writes, "I was told to hold my head up high or risk having my grandparents knock it off my shoulders." Although Shakur experienced racism earlier in life, she wouldn't begin to radicalize into her late teen years. At 17 years old, Shakur dropped out of school and moved out on her own. She lived with strangers for a while until her Aunt Evelyn, who later became her lawyer, took her in and helped her get her GED. She would go on to attend Bureau of Manhattan Community College and later City College of New York. She made friends with many of the African students on campus. Then one day in 1964, a discussion on the roots of the Vietnam War changed her life. "I never forgot that day. We're taught at such an early age to be against communists, yet most of us don't have the faintest idea what communism is. Only a fool lets somebody else tell him who his enemy is." She became active in different organizations like the Garveyites in the Republic of New Africa. And in the late 1960s, Assata would join one of the most prominent political organizations, the Black Panther Party. Though brief, her time with the Black Panthers would mark a life-changing turn of events in her political career. She had always revered the message of the Black Panther Party, especially because they made it really clear who the enemy was. Not the white people, but the capitalistic, imperialistic oppressors. Shakur has said that the party not being open to criticism led to her exit from the organization. In her autobiography, she writes, "Constructive criticism and self-criticism are extremely important for any revolutionary organization. Without them, people tend to drown in their own mistakes, not learning from them. Government infiltration, namely COINTELPRO, among other factors, led to the demise of the Black Panther Party, but not before its most prominent members had turned against each other, been killed, falsely imprisoned, or demonetized in the media. These events gave way to the Black Liberation Army, a group that the FBI named Shakur the heart of. BLA members operated under the belief that only through covert means, including but not limited to violent acts, could the movement be continued. This underground Black Party spinoff built its tactics around revolutionary violence with the goal to take up arms for the liberation of Black people in the United States. Acting as her own co-counsel in a 1976 trial for murder, Assata claimed in her opening statement, "The Black Liberation Army is not an organization. It goes beyond that. It is a concept, a people's movement, an idea. The idea of a Black Liberation Army emerged from conditions in Black communities, conditions of poverty, indecent housing, massive unemployment, poor medical care, and inferior education." She continued, "The concept of the BLA arose because of its political, social, and economic oppression of Black people in this country. And where there is oppression, there will be resistance." From 1971 to 1973, Shakur was alleged to have committed a series of heinous crimes: 2 bank robberies in New York, the kidnap of a drug dealer, armed robbery, and the attempted murder of a policeman in an ambush. In 1972, the FBI issued a warrant for her arrest in connection with these crimes allegedly committed by the BLA. It was clear that the Black Liberation Army was a target for the FBI, local police agencies, and they were being pinned with every violent crime in the area. Assata would later either be acquitted for every charge or the case was dismissed. Then came the events of May 2nd, 1973, the fatal Jersey Turnpike shootout. There are different accounts of what happened that night, but what we do know is that Assata and her political associates, Zaid Malik Shakur and Sindada Okoli, were stopped by State Trooper James Harper, backed up by Trooper Weiner Forster for driving with a broken taillight. Shots were fired and Zaid Shakur and Weiner Forster were killed. After fleeing the scene, Assata, wounded with 2 gunshots to the arm and the back, surrendered to the police and Okoli was captured after a 36-hour manhunt. Only the survivors know what really happened that night, and Assata refuses to share details even to this day. But in 1977, upon being found guilty, Assata maintains that the jury convicted a woman with her hands up. The trial was considered by many to be a miscarriage of justice, beginning with the jury selection. Transcripts show that at least 2 of the juries expressed prejudice before the start of the trial. 5 out of the 15 jurors selected, all white, were close friends or relatives to New Jersey state troopers. A major key in Assata's defense was medical testimony proving that during the confrontation, addition, she was shot with her hands up, sustaining paralyzing wounds that would make her unable to fire a weapon in the manner that Trooper Harper had testified. Harper's testimony conflicted throughout the trial, and he testified to lying in his official report on the incident as well as in his grand jury testimony. And though there were no forensic evidence proving that Assata ever touched a gun that night, the jury found her guilty on all 8 counts. She was sentenced to life plus 30 years. Shakur spent years in jail before her conviction under conditions that most would consider to be deplorable. In her autobiography, she tells of being embarrassed and even tortured by police in the hospital after the incident. She was chained to her hospital bed and interrogated while gravely injured. She was even held in an all-male prison in solitary
God damn it, man.
confinement for over 20 months and under 24 hours.
20 months in solitary?
Hour surveillance. She was beaten and given less than adequate medical care, even when she became pregnant with her only daughter, Kakuya. When the prison first found out she was pregnant, a doctor not only lied about her diagnosis multiple times, but he also refused to provide Shakur with any support besides an abortion. So in 1979, Assata Shakur had decided that it was time to go. On November 2nd, she escaped from the Clinton Correctional Facility for Women. It is said that a group of members of the Black Liberation Army helped Shakur escape by posing as visitors to the prison. Holding 2 correctional officers hostage at gunpoint, they stole a prison van to get off the facility grounds, leaving the hostages in the parking lot before switching cars and fleeing the scene. Shakur refuses to go into detail about her escape in solitary with those incarcerated due to their involvement. After breaking out of prison, Assata went on the run and remained underground for 5 years until fleeing to Cuba and receiving political asylum in 1984.
Hells
to
yeah.
this day, Shakur remains in Cuba with the FBI.
Fuck the pigs!
As a domestic terrorist since May 2nd, 2005. In 2013, on the 40th anniversary of Trooper Forster's death, Shakur became the first woman.
She didn't shoot his ass, I guarantee it.
FBI's most wanted terrorist list. They placed a
What women do you hear about shooting people?
$2 million bounty on the activist. In 1998, Shakur told Source magazine, "The U.S. government tried to eliminate me, but I'm not a criminal like they want you to believe. Or a gangster. Nope. The FBI has a way of leaking all kinds of stories about me to the press, the same way they've always tried to criminalize the Black liberation movement.
She's not guilty of a bunch of the shit they said she did. We as a people have to be
really clear about who we are and what we stand for. Even today, we see the media misconstrue the facts in many cases of social injustice, but with the emergence of social media, we're able to see the truth play out in real time. Robert Doyle, a lawyer connected to the BLA, is quoted in the book Days of Rage as saying, "Assata was never this massively important figure the police portrayed her as. She was important, but the police made up this mythic image of a super Black woman with an afro and a machine gun. She was never that." When asked if she would ever return to the United States, Assata told Essence magazine in 1997, "I don't know. I think it will be hard. It's funny. People ask me if I miss the States. I miss African Americans. I miss our culture, our speech, dance, and cooking, but not the U.S. government and all the things that they put me through. I miss my friends and family. When I ask how things are in the States, they don't give me the okie dokie. They say, honey, things are hard. It reminds me I have to keep struggling." And at the age of 75 years old, Assata Shakur remains in Cuba. Stay up to date with the latest news by subscribing here to our YouTube channel, follow Hype Plus across all social media, and look out for new original content on our new streaming service. For Hype Plus News, I'm Symphony Thompson.
It doesn't quite work. $1,500 a month. 10 expat friendly cities. Mid-range restaurant twice a month is $60. Antalya, Turkey. Penang, Malaysia. Yeah, but the pollution is the problem, I think.
Was promptly dismissed. There was also no evidence that she lived at the residence she listed in the suit. Things went quiet until Katie refiled her suit in the correct district that September, after Trump had already won the nomination and was in the midst of facing off in the general against Hillary Clinton. This new lawsuit, Brown reports, listed both Trump and Epstein as defendants. This time, Katie used the pseudonym Jane Doe for extra protection, but it wasn't long before spectators deduced that this was the same woman who had filed the earlier suit in California. The lawsuit states that Katie had traveled to New York by bus to pursue a modeling career, and that after being told by several agencies that she needed the portfolio, she decided to go home. She bought a bus ticket at the Port Authority, but supposedly came into contact there with a woman named Tiffany, who promised to help her get into modeling if she would go with her to a few parties that were hosted at Epstein.
Excuse me. Hello? God, I'm fucking muted. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. God damn it, the fucking light. I'm so sorry. How long ago was that? Yeah, only like half an hour or something. I'm sorry I was muted.
A Look of the Year contest is the ultimate contest for women that want to go all the way in the modeling business.
The 45-year-old Trump was the headline sponsor of the 1991 Look of the Year competition. Being closely involved with the event, he even designated his own Trump Plaza Hotel as the main venue where the young girls would compete. That's according to a big expose by The Guardian ahead of the 2020 election. And if you're wondering why you haven't heard any of this, well, that's probably because this article was published March 14th, 2020, a time in which there was some other stuff going on in the news, if you recall. The Guardian described this particular yacht party as what could have been a high school prom, were it not for the crowd of older men surrounding the girls. As the evening wore on, some of the men joined them on the dance floor, pressing themselves against the girls. One balding man in a suit wrapped his arms around two young models, leering into a film camera that was documenting the evening. Can you get some more beautiful women around me, please? In addition to uncovering 12 hours of never-before-seen footage, The Guardian spoke to a number of people involved in the event. Dozens of industry insiders and former contestants like Shauna Lee, a young girl who traveled down from a small town in Canada to compete in the 1992 contest when she was just 14 years old. Similar to 1991, this contest was once again hosted by Trump.
Known personalities in the city of New York and probably in the United States. And our host here at the plaza, since he owns the place, the president of the Trump Organization, Mr. Donald Trump.
It was also the year a girl named Melania came in second place in Slovenia, narrowly missing out on the trip to New York per The Guardian. As a result, she wouldn't meet her soon-to-be husband for another 7 years. Shauna remembers the girls being escorted downstairs one at a time to be judged by a panel that included Casablancas, Trump, and others, even though she didn't completely understand why it was necessary. A woman at the agency was pushing me, she recalled. I said to her, I don't see why me going down the stairs and dancing in front of those two has anything to do with me becoming a model. And she said, no, you look great. Take off your blazer and go and do it. So I walked down the stairs. I didn't dance. I blew a kiss at them, spun around, and walked away. Another girl who told The Guardian she'd be excluded from the competition if she didn't go downstairs to perform for Trump and Casablancas remembers how uneasy she felt at the prospect of entertaining such older men in such a closed-off environment. I knew in my gut it wasn't right, she stated. This wasn't being judged or part of the competition, it was for their entertainment. This girl, who asked not to be publicly identified, was just 15 at the time. As it turns out, many of the girls The Guardian spoke with recall feeling obligated to attend business dinners with Trump and Casablancas. Take Shayna Love, for instance, who told the publication that a dinner invitation wasn't really an invitation at all. It was presented as our duty as models at the agency, she said. It was like, you have to go and do this. I was at one end of the table with John, and Trump was at the other end, surrounded by the other girls. While we don't know the ages of every girl in attendance that night, we know that Shauna was just 16 years old. What's even more shocking is that a 1992 Fox documentary of the event notes that the average age of the contestants that year was 15. The average age.
Tonight we're going to meet the 64 finalists. Their average age is 15, and they came from big cities and small towns all over the world for this chance of a lifetime.
These were mostly teenage girls who were made to parade around in their swimsuits in front of much older men, and if they failed to comply, well, they could kiss that six-figure contract goodbye.
Don't try to act. Don't try to do too much. Just try to be yourself. Look at the jury. Stand up straight because they are going to be looking at your figure. Don't try to give smart-ass answers. Don't try not to say anything. Just be natural. Thank you very much.
The concentration was intense inside the judging room.
I don't like you as you are.
And out.
I'm just so excited.
Each girl was considered not only for her beauty and poise, but also for her personality And that indefinable something extra.
One girl by the name of Stacy Wilkes, who had been brought up in rural Kentucky and had never seen New York City before, remembers being viewed by a panel of judges, which in 1991 it consisted of Trump, Casablancas, magician David Copperfield, and a man named Gerald Marie, the president of Elite's European division. 30 years after the fact, Stacy still remembers feeling so uncomfortable standing there in my bathing suit when one of the judges made a comment about her weight. Stacy told The Guardian it felt like they were ganging up on her. We also shouldn't ignore the fact that, like Stacy, a lot of these girls came from very poor backgrounds. They saw this competition as their one-way ticket out of poverty, according to former contestant Kate Dillon, who was just 17 at the time of her participation. Kate told The Guardian a lot of these girls were desperate, before adding it was very clear that there were opportunities to go out and party with Donald. If you were nice to certain people, good things happen to you. And I think that...
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I have family dinner, so I'm going to go do that. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I will be back for the rest of the evening here in a bit. Thank you so much, and I'll pause the video with a reminder that you've been watching Skycat Live. Sorry I muted for about 20 minutes there. That was terrible. I'm so sorry. Anyways, yep. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Pause. Okay. Hello, the kitty. Oops, I froze my camera. Okay. All right. Oh, purr kitty.
That's why girls were going out. In one behind-the-scenes clip reviewed by The Guardian, Trump can be seen mingling with the contestants, one of whom tells him that she's just finishing school. As Stacy remembers, every time we changed, it was like Trump would find a reason to come backstage. Another former model from Canada seemed to
because he spent a lot of money
against the future
and he wanted
He'd come
Poontang.
by and say, "Hey girls, are we ready?"
This is how losers operate.
What have I gotten myself into? Some recall underage girls being served alcohol at the events. And one reporter who was tasked with documenting the contest remembers what he saw at the sordid after parties that went on when the girls weren't modeling. I saw girls sitting on guys' laps, and I remember thinking they were younger than me, and I was 17 going on 18. Though The Guardian makes sure to note that Trump is denied in the strongest terms ever providing alcohol to the models. In the footage they reviewed, one man can be heard towards the end of the contest, off camera, telling the girls, "Come on, babes, let's get some liquor in you." Despite this deplorable environment, Donald Trump went on to sign his own daughter Ivanka to elite management in 1997 when Ivanka was just 15, a move that Trump was only modestly in favor of, apparently, on account of him understanding that this was a very fast life, and at that age, it's always a risky proposition. And knowing what we know about elite management, I would have to agree, it is a risky proposition. The Guardian goes on to list some of the various accusations of sexual misconduct and rape that have been leveled against Gerald Marie, David Copperfield, and John Casablancas. They even cite a 25-year-old article from New York Magazine that claims 2 female executives within the company had begged John and Gerald to quit sleeping with models, to which Gerald reportedly replied, "We are men, we have our needs." The allegations against Casablancas in particular are extensive, with one of the major lawsuits accusing him of raping a 15-year-old model repeatedly at Look of the Year Japan in 1988. When the girl later became pregnant, the suit alleged that Casablancas had arranged and paid for an abortion through elite management. It stated quite plainly that Casablancas engaged in a pattern of seducing, sexually exploiting, and or abusing minor girls, including girls as young as 14 to 15 years old. Another lawsuit, filed 3 months before the Guardian article was published, recounts one particularly revolting encounter. In 1990, Casablancas reportedly sent one 15-year-old model to meet a photographer friend of his at a home located in New York's Upper East Side. Except there was no studio photographer. Casablancas had sent her to be abused by Jeffrey Epstein.
Great.
Jeffrey Epstein was no stranger to the modeling world. Elizabeth Tai told the New York Post that she was under the impression she was interviewing a Victoria's Secret consultant when she visited Epstein in 2004. As the Miami Herald recounted in 2019, she was alarmed when Epstein suddenly stripped naked and handed her a vibrator. She threw it at his head and ran for the exit. As she made her way through the massive home, she remembers being confronted by a woman she believed to be Ghislaine Maxwell, who shouted after her, "You can't leave. Mr. Epstein is friends with Bill Clinton." That same Miami Herald piece also mentions MC2, the boutique modeling agency Jeffrey Epstein formed with fellow sex trafficker Jean-Luc Brunel, a French modeling scout who had previously managed Karen Models, which Epstein helped finance. Brunel was in fact so notorious that even John Casablancas criticized him for the way he's cheapened the business. Brunel, for his part, has never really denied these habits, telling Gross, "You get laid tonight with a model. Is that a crime? I'm no saint." Brunel has also been reported to have provided girls for Epstein, like the time he allegedly flew out 12-year-old triplets from France to be abused by the financier as a birthday present, according to Virginia Giuffre. When Epstein set out to create MC2 with Brunel, the Herald reports, he explicitly wanted it to be just like Donald Trump's modeling agency, T Models, which the future president had formed in 1999. In fact, there's even a quote from Leonardo DiCaprio in 1998, where he thanked Trump for creating a one-stop date shop. Wow, what a concept! Despite Trump's modeling agency declaring it had risen to the top of the fashion market and symbolized success on its website, the former models themselves paint a completely different picture. For one thing, according to this Mother Jones article, a number of the girls were from out of the country, working in America without proper work visas, which the agency rarely ever provided for them. As a result, there was a constant fear of getting caught by the government, and many of the girls were straight up told by the agency to lie to customs officials and just say they were here for meetings. Rachel Blaze, who began modeling for Trump's agency at the age of 16, told Mother Jones that they're the most crooked agency I've ever worked for, and I've worked for quite a few. Continuing, the majority of the models who are young have never been to New York City and don't have papers. Speaking from her own experience, I was just put in Trump's model's apartment. According to the girls interviewed by Mother Jones, Trump had designated dormitory-style quarters to house his models, which one girl likened to a sweatshop. They reportedly recruited girls as young as 14, and as one former model put it, "I was by far the oldest in the house at the ripe old age of 18. It's almost as if the agency signed girls they knew would be the most vulnerable, and therefore easy to exploit. As one girl by the name of Anna told Mother Jones, "You earn your visa, essentially, if you got enough work, and they liked you enough. They'd pay for a visa, but you weren't about to see a dime before you could prove your worth." With another girl going so far as to compare it to modern-day slavery, which, by the way, she wasn't the only girl to compare Trump's modeling agency to slavery, I should add. Trump also had a tendency to sign girls who participated in Miss Universe and Miss USA, both of which he owned in addition to Miss Teen Universe, thanks to a $10 million deal he negotiated in 1996. According to The Guardian, he had also begun to poach staff from Elite shortly after establishing T Models. According to what one Australian modeling agent, Wolfgang Schwarz, told the publication, Trump established his own agency because he wanted his own private source for models. If you have your own agency and you're the owner, you can tell your bookers to make a party. It's easier than calling 15 agencies in New York. From there, the article points out, Trump was able to turn Miss Universe into a televised event, selling a 50% stake in the company to CBS in 1997, before then brokering an even more lucrative deal with NBC, which launched The Apprentice in 2004. You know how the rest of this story goes. What Donald Trump, Jean-Luc Brunel, and John Casablancas all have in common is their affliction for young models and their once very close association with Jeffrey Epstein, a man who used his place in the modeling industry to satisfy his criminal desires. All four men ran predatory modeling agencies. All four were accused of sexual assault. 3 of them are dead. 2 died in prison. 1 is now the most powerful man on earth.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today.
Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir? So this is a Democrat hoax.
Are there any photos?
Democrat
showing
hoax.
Donald Trump with girls?
The estate of Jeffrey Epstein has a voluminous information that they have not released before.
You're the frickin' FBI. You can subpoena information from the state, and you better do that.
Phone numbers have gone up 4.5 points because people don't buy it. And he's gone.
On September 3rd, a group of Epstein survivors convened in Washington, D.C. for a live press conference demanding more accountability from their government. At the very least, they want answers as to how this man was able to evade legal punishment for the vast majority of his life. And they also seek a full release of the 100,000 plus documents the FBI continues to shield from the public.
I was minor victim 1 in federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 2019. Today is the first time that I ever speak publicly about what happened to me. As an immigrant from Brazil, I feel empowered knowing that the little girl struggling to get by at 14 and 15 years old finally has a voice. For the first time, I feel like I matter as an American.
It is sobering to watch as each woman takes the podium to show solidarity for one another and express anger.
Yeah, the men have been shitheads.
Use their trauma as a political tool, then to actually grant them any justice they continue to fight for.
30 years later, we still do not know why that report wasn't properly investigated, or why Epstein and his associates were allowed to harm hundreds, if not thousands, of other girls and young women.
They never got to confront Epstein in court, but in this setting, they are able to open up about the nightmares they had endured in front of the whole country.
I was just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even taken on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton and other notable figures. In those moments, I realized how powerless I was. If I spoke out, who would believe me? Who would protect me?
Some of these women have been carrying this weight for over 3 decades, and I can't even begin to imagine how gut-wrenching it must feel to know that there are agents in the Justice Department right now who know more about their sexual abuse than they do.
I ask you, President Trump, and members of Congress, why do we continue to cover up sexual abuse and assault?
By sitting
because white men rape people all the
FBI
time.
and DOJ are not only depriving these women of the basic decency and respect they deserve, they are also actively making it more difficult for these women to process the horrifying experiences that Jeffrey Epstein and others.
They treat women like a beer or a cigarette.
To finally see members of Congress offering some support, it is still not enough, given the fact that the White House talks out of both sides of its mouth. On the one hand, you have the press secretary making the bold assertion that the Trump camp has done more than any previous administration in pushing for transparency. Although I won't sit here and defend any past administration's handling of the documents, I'm also not sure how true of a statement that can be when all this administration has done is give us a rehashing of already public files, manipulated security footage, and ruthless smears leveled against the very women at the heart of this story. I'm sorry, but you cannot claim to care about victims while cutting quid pro quo deals with their abusers. There is no way to simultaneously champion these women while at the same time writing them off as a hoax orchestrated by your political enemies. This isn't a partisan issue at all, and yet this is the kind of response you continue to see from Trump and his surrogates. This is a post I showed earlier. It's from Jessica Reed Krause, one of the MAGA influencers who received the Phase 1 Epstein binders back in February, defending Trump and Epstein's friendship while shamelessly attacking those who were abused. With all the lies being perpetuated and so many shameless ghouls co-opting the story to fit their own agendas, can you blame the survivors for disagreeing with the way the case has been handled? In the face of such a grave injustice, it is invigorating to hear that the victims themselves might be preparing to release a client list of their own, as Lisa Phillips declared in front of the Capitol.
Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. Us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know.
Only time will tell where things go from here. But what the American public has indicated so far is that they're not about to let the topic fall to the wayside anytime soon.
No.
Despite how desperately Trump would like us to move on. When really, it's within the nation's best interest that we continue to hammer this administration until they release everything they have. And I do think we will be seeing more. It may not be today or tomorrow, but I hold out hope that it is coming.
I think transparency, hopefully there could be many outcomes, right? One, I do believe, is understanding the systemic failures that allowed this abuse to continue for so long. That's important for our country to keep children safe, is for us to understand what went wrong here. But also, I do believe there are people in positions of power that were very much implicated that have never been held accountable. And the pressure could come from the public if they know what is in that information, that something might be done.
If you want more Epstein coverage, I plan to go over future updates on my second channel, Jobry. I made this account years ago, but forgot to actually post on it. Sorry about that. That's on me. But if you want a deep dive on the infamous birthday book, Epstein's financial ties, or his murky links to Israeli surveillance and Peter Thiel, click the link down below and subscribe if you want. Other than that, I appreciate you watching this conclusion to my 5-part series on Jeffrey Epstein. I'm gonna go back to more regular, hopefully less sordid topics now, but then again, we'll see how long I stick to that. I don't really know how to end this video, so go watch the press conference by Perversion of Justice. Hopefully less sordid topics now, but then again, we'll see how long I stick to that. I don't really know how to end this video, so go watch the press conference by Perversion of Justice.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and about a week ago I talked about a musician known as David, an individual who had a body show up in the front of their Tesla while they were on tour. Now obviously that's a pretty hard-hitting introduction to go with, but yeah, this is actually a story that's been going on in Los Angeles for a couple weeks now. So for a quick recap, a decomposing female body was found in a Tesla that was registered in David's name. Now at the time when the body was found, the medical examiner could confirm that it was a female body, but was unable to determine the age, race, ethnicity due to the body being severely decomposed. And of course, as his body was found, David was, at the time, I believe, still on tour, throwing out even labubus for the world to grab. So of course, at the time, the only thing that could be identified on these bodies was apparently a tube top, black leggings, yellow metal bracelet, metal stud earrings, and of course, most importantly, a tattoo on a right index finger that said, "Shh." Now, according to the medical examiner, that's all that they found at the time. But of course, internet investigators also decided to jump in and found that that tattoo also belonged to our friend David. So of course, people looked closely at the tattoos on his hand and found matching tattoos there. Of course, that's not a smoking gun, but it's a coincidence that's going to lead into a whole different, pile of coincidences that'll make people really wonder. But about a week after this body was found, the actual body was identified as a 15-year-old girl known as Celeste Rivas. Now, Celeste, at the time, was also apparently missing, and according to one of the posters that you could find, you can see that she was last seen in April 5th of 2024, and she was born in 2010. Putting her age at apparently her disappearance around 13. Now, of course, Celeste was 15 when she died, so she was apparently missing for quite a while. So, of course, people also started to look through more of David's social media posts, and there was a pretty alarming one that ended up coming out with them sitting together on a live stream.
I media trained you. That's controversial.
It's controversial of
approaching station.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
So yeah, that was a pretty wild thing to be saying on camera, no joke about that, but also it made me want to dig a little bit deeper, because apparently this girl that went missing, who is clearly a minor, and is interacting with this person who is actually a full-on adult. Now, of course, I've seen people argue the age gaps between them and saying that, oh, he's not much over 18. Here's the reality of it, okay? David's current age, if we want to look at it right now, is about the age of 20. He was born in 2005, according to, again, Wikipedia and all these like birthday sites. So 20 years is let me preface this by saying, okay, this person is well into adulthood, and the age gap is not something like a 20-year-old with an 18-year-old or even a 19-year-old or whatever. It's 20 and somebody that is 15, okay? There is a pretty big difference between the two right here. So I just want to kind of nip that little bit of copium right here. Now, this Tesla, to revisit it again, was actually a Tesla that was found, I believe, on Doheny. So it was actually located in a pretty nice neighborhood of Los Angeles. And the car was then ticketed. It was then towed, obviously, and then once it was towed to a yard, the workers who were at the yard actually had said that a Tesla was emanating a foul odor and attracting flies. And once the car was then searched, the body was found apparently in the frunk of a Tesla. So it makes me wonder just how this body was even stored there, because the frunk of a Tesla is not it's not spacious enough, in my opinion at least, to be stashing a body, okay? Not that I would know how to necessarily do that, but just giving you my perspective of it. Anyways, the body was then found, and it was obviously severely decomposed. Now, obviously, at the time when this happened, I had two things that popped up in my head. Teslas are vehicles that have cameras pretty much everywhere, and usually those cameras are always rolling. So I was wondering if the LAPD could go to Tesla and subpoena that information through them, or maybe David, who was cooperating at the time, according to their spokesperson, could just provide that information. But then again, Teslas are not vehicles that record every single thing. Unless there's like an accident, or you honk your horn, or you manually save videos, then something will be stored. And even then, it's always possible to delete the footage from your Tesla. It is also possible to somehow be lucky enough to recover that footage, even if it's deleted from a Tesla, but I'm starting to think that maybe that never existed to begin with. The other thing that ended up coming over here was obviously how the guy was still on tour at the time. A body is discovered in a car that is registered to your name, and yet he's still roaming free and performing. At the time, when I covered this last time, David wasn't even a suspect, and shockingly, at the time of recording this, he still isn't. Now, he had a residence that was searched there, items that were seized, and up about a week ago, there was actually tour dates you could see. In my previous video, you could literally still, from what I understand, purchase tickets to his show in Los Angeles. And I almost kind of considered it just to sort of see, not buy tickets to the show, but just sort of see if it was even gonna happen. But of course, at the time the shows were about to happen, he started canceling things in Seattle. And then, of course, now the entire tour is canceled. Because, yes, the whole death is making pretty big waves in the news. And obviously it should. It's a pretty mysterious situation, and one that I think we all really want to know the answer to. So ultimately, going down further into it, right, I'm still wondering what the truth could be here, because if it's actually this guy, right? Because again, if this is a girl that is found in a car registered to him, a girl that he knew pretty seemingly well, since they were apparently, allegedly, on stream together. The only thing I can think of is, this girl died through the hands of somebody else close to this person, because at the time the story was reported, the vehicle apparently was accessed, or could have been accessed, by multiple people. And I'm sure the LAPD are now trying to time the movements of the vehicle with where David was, just to see if they can, find a possible alibi or start ruling out possible alibis. Now, the other thing is, obviously, because the body was so severely decomposed, there are other aspects of the medical examination that still have yet to conclude. Things like, for instance, a toxicology report, which could show that Celeste may have OD'd, but that wouldn't necessarily explain, if she did OD and die because of that OD, how she was found stashed into a vehicle long enough for her to be severely decomposed. There are still so many things that feel off and so many answers we still need. But the story almost feels like it's pieced together and investigated through the eyes of the internet long before the LAPD even has a chance to conclude or do anything. Now, before we go any further, I do want to establish something. Celeste was 15 at the time of her death, as reported. She knew David a bit before that, and as you can imagine, allegedly, she is a minor, and he is clearly an adult. Now, there were a few things that came out a couple days ago when it came to his friends, even. Now, Celeste Rivas was believed by David's friends to be a 19-year-old USC student. Now, again, I looked at an image of this girl really quickly, and to be real with you, I don't know where this argument could come from. She very much looks like a young girl, okay? So for anybody in the David Copium camp, especially his friends, who were apparently really shocked to find out that she was underage, because apparently she was present at multiple age-restricted events. The friends told the publication that they frequently saw this couple together, and they believed they were romantically involved. Now, this is, again, the statements of his friends, okay? They thought this girl was clearly an 18, 19-year-old, and they also believed that they were romantically involved. Now, of course, you might be wondering, how the hell is she getting tattoos, Muda, and how is she getting into, age-restricted venues? And that's because law enforcement agencies confirmed that Riva Hernandez had multiple fake IDs, which could have given the teen access into such events. So, yeah, it's something that happens. It's one of the reasons why you just have to be really careful. Even if somebody here's my rule of thumb, okay? If you look really young to the point where you have to be asked for an ID, you're just too young in general to be doing anything with, okay? Whether that be romantically, whether that be serving you a drink, whether that be doing anything that is typically age-locked for people over the age of 18 or 21. That's just that's how you stay safe. That's how you keep minors safe, okay? That's just good advice that I can give you freely in general. Now, of course, David's friends didn't know too much about her, and they only saw her with David at social events. So the thing that I have to kind of ask the friends in the circle too is like, you really thought she was 19? I mean, I've seen the photos. I think the world has seen the photos. She clearly looks young. Okay, it's not a situation of, oh yeah, I could easily confuse this fucking 15-year-old with a 20-year-old. No. She is clearly too young. And that's one of the questions I really feel the friends should have brought up. Now, of course, even a teacher who apparently remains unidentified here also acknowledged that when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in Los Angeles. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. Now, again, if this is necessarily true, and again, please take a lot of this stuff with almost a grain of salt as well. There's still things that are being confirmed, and there's still things that people are bringing into the story that are unverified. And if we roll with unverified information, you could actually be damaging the case. But again, this is apparently somebody who claims to be a teacher at the school they taught Celeste at. And if any of this is true, it's a pretty damning admission that, at least it seems law enforcement had some idea ahead of time about all of this going on, or at least this relationship, which shouldn't have been legal. It shouldn't have happened. Now, from footage that was captured apparently just after 7 a.m. on March 19, 2024 in Lake Elsinore, California, which, remember, this is where Celeste was apparently disappearing from, there was footage that recently resurfaced of her absolutely being caught on CCTV camera. So you can see, according to, this footage, that would be Celeste. And of course, she's headed down and down and down and down and down until, of course, from this liquor store, you could see her running this way. Now, the thing is, if she was returned in January 2024, from Hollywood at the time, that means the police have an understanding of this. So it's hard for me to not sort of look at all this and think to myself, is it even the LAPD or, just law enforcement that also failed her as well, too? I mean, I'm not going to put blame on a young child, obviously. But sometimes when things are going rough, there's runaways. And the point of this is obviously that if there was a record established of where she could be going to, why was she just missing? Why wasn't this investigated beforehand? This is something that's so odd. Now, of course, the internet decided to go back and see when David had met Celeste. And apparently there are mentionings that she's about as young as 12 when they had actually met. Now, remember, okay, these are all allegations, once again, but if you go back to her poster, remember that she was born in 2010. So you can kind of do the math when you see in the next set of video or the photos that I show you, she really, the post she makes, you can kind of date how old she is at that time. So I believe her birthday is September of 2010. So again, one user on Reddit, on r/hiphopheads, 10 days ago, starts posting these Discord screenshots. Now, if you look at these Discord screenshots, obviously, one of the things that, again, I can't confirm this myself, but Celeste, David are together, allegedly in this screenshot together. But of course, if you look
Wonder
into
Falls.
the messages that have allegedly been grabbed from the Discords that David and Celeste were sitting in, you've got David going, Celeste in here, and of course, Celeste is going, hi, David. Now you can see over here that, the days this is posted is in 2022. Yeah, here, I'll just do the quick little Jaguar math for you, okay? 12. So that's one of the reasons why people have been sort of throwing that specific number around. It just didn't spawn out of nowhere. It spawned out of, I believe, reasonable, math being done on this Discord, okay? Or at least looking at the times these posts were made. And of course, you see people on the actual Discord allegedly going and saying he has a girlfriend. And of course, one user going, yeah, her name is Celeste. Now, again, all of these are allegations, and these messages are, the last time I even saw them, I said the same thing. If you've watched me for a while, I have a policy that unless I can log into the server, which is Discord in this case, and refresh on camera, I always give an element of doubt to the veracity of these messages, but they've been widely shared around. And these are, again, the reasons why people are looking at the age of Celeste, or at least pinpointing it to be 12. Some have even went as young as 10, for instance. And of course, one of those users is on, right here. She was 10, not 11, not 12, not 13. And of course, the reason they really do look at it was they looked at Celeste. They looked at, again, the actual member join date, which was January 4th, 2021. She was 10 years old in January of 2021. He was 15. In fact, the date she joined the server was so close to the new year, I'm willing to bet they talked elsewhere outside of Fortnite before Discord or knew each other, met online in 2020. Again, that is conjecture. But David, from what I understand, if we actually look at the join date for David, David was apparently quoted to be born March 28th here. So March, David would, you're looking at somebody that is 15 going on to 16 years of age. And it makes me wonder, what is a fucking 10-year-old and a 16 or 15-year-old even talking? You are just two different types of people, okay? You are, I'm sorry to say, it's a weird connection, all right? It is what it is, and I just wanted to point this out. Now, I hope that this girl is clearly in a far better place. I think ultimately there was a lot of people that failed her, not just David. But I personally don't think David is innocent in how he allegedly pursued this relationship with a minor, and it's definitely something I'm sure the LAPD is looking at, okay? Now, since I last talked about the story, David has had the tour canceled. Apparently, social media accounts have been sort of withering away. Posts are being deleted, and even his Reddit apparently turned out to have him moderating his Reddit, which is where a lot of this investigation started. Never a good chance to have somebody who is the target of an investigation, the person of interest, moderating the place where this discussion is taking place. So there was a lot of individuals, this was from TV Fandom Lounge, where again the Reddit moderation debacle raises eyebrows. In the middle of these developments, fans noticed unusual activity, where quite a few posts that raised concerns about the case and lyrics were removed. And since Burke is listed as the only moderator, users are accusing him of attempting to silence discussion. Again, I'm pretty sure if there was another moderator, I don't know if you as a user can pull a mod audit or something on Discord, or not Discord, Reddit. But yeah, you can see over here that David, 14 hours ago, the mod who warned about the sub has been suspended and is no longer a mod. And of course, the post was deleted by mods too. What's up, guys? I finally have Reddit, which this is apparently an account, David Reddit. David's bitch ass is currently the only mod. David is currently the only mod on the sub. A mod got banned and another left. That leaves David's ass the only mod of the sub. Let's move to David 2. And that is exactly what the community and the investigators for this did. They went to David 2. And this is incredibly popular, to the point where it's got 52,000 weekly visitors, 17,000 weekly contributions. Again, people are really investigating this like crazy. And obviously they should be, right? If this is a chance for, again, a little girl to get justice, a little girl that died way too early in her prime, in her youth, really, not her prime, her youth. This needs to be solved. And again, they've built a convenient timeline for you to see. So mid-August 15th, 17th, friends do lose contact with Celeste. August 8th, 9, David performs Dallas and Austin, Texas. Celeste accompanies him. Tesla's with them from Texas. Car had Texas plates. Neighbor said they hadn't seen that car for a while. And I'm sure there's sources that are going to be around here for you to see. But you can see that, the fans, the investigators have put together a cogent timeline for the story. Now, for the official David Reddit, you might be wondering, whoa, does that have any communication going on in it? No, actually, it's completely restricted. So yeah, there is, again, no conversation happening over here, which is, again, incredibly suspicious. And I'm sure you can probably say, hey, there's some misinformation floating around, but look, this is the middle of an investigation, and at the end of the day, publicly, that just looks bad. Now, one of the people that have been investigating on this, even so far as to go to the actual location where the car was apparently towed from, and you can see that they found what appears to be a Tesla car. Now, one thing that I can say very clearly, and the comments have been rightfully hitting this, is if you ever find something like this, this is what we call possible evidence. Do not touch this with your fucking hands, brother, okay? You are possibly fucking up fingerprints here. You know what? I would just call the LAPD, tell them you found a high-profile piece of evidence. I'm sure they would gladly drive down to you and pick this shit up in an evidence bag, just so nothing is being destroyed. Now, from what I understand, the LAPD was contacted and this card was given, but it's definitely something that I'm sure the LAPD is going to try to match with the Tesla and see if it works. But yeah, it's just interesting to see it kind of thrown out here. So they say on the afternoon of August 27th, a parking enforcement officer marked the Tesla, noting the position of its tire. And then on September 3rd, the officer issued a citation to the Tesla for violating the 72-hour parking ordinance. And then the vehicle was impounded. So the reason why that is important, obviously, is because this body allegedly was sitting inside this car for a pretty long time. And it starts to make sense on why things are severely decomposed, right? It's crazy to think, right? In an upscale neighborhood of Los Angeles, you can have a dead body just sitting in a car, and it takes quite a fair bit of time, literally until it gets impounded or at least sent to a tow yard, before anything gets detected. It's just crazy. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of body composition. I'm not, a doctor or like a forensic expert here, but I'm sure that it can't be good for the evidence to be decomposing day after day. From my understanding, if there are any discoveries to be gathered from this, the coroner really doesn't have a whole lot of time to work together. Usually you want the body as fresh as you can so you can do all your determinations and start sending things into labs so you can start getting answers that you can then pass off to the detectives. But the car was actually found incredibly close to the home that David was staying at. And the home that David stayed at was this mansion that wasn't really owned by him. It was actually rented by his manager, Josh Marshall, for about $20,000 a month. Yeah, I know. Imagine paying rent that high, right? Some people will pay insane amounts to live in Hollywood Hills, okay? I don't understand it, but it is what it is. The LAPD raids the house, and they actually took several articles from it, so I'm sure that's being examined closer. From what I understand, I think even computers were grabbed, and I'm sure they're looking and subpoenaing a lot of his Discord records, just so they can also understand the connection that exists between David and Celeste. You can see right over here that the security system was placed at the entry and exit points, so realistically, you should not be able to, be entering or exiting this house without at least being caught on the security system. Now, look, security systems can be fucked with. David, apparently, according to the landlord, had the access. But I'm also sure that the security company that the, things work with can be, not investigated, but can be subpoenaed for that possible footage. But if David is so cooperative, hopefully he's already passed on that footage to the LAPD. And I'm sure they're going to be looking at the footage, maybe timing it up with once they get her, time of death or exact specifications for what happened to Celeste. They can start lining dates and times up to either exonerate David or implicate David. It's just weird to me, though, that the car was apparently this close to the home, and it allegedly contained this body, right? I sort of think to myself, listen, if there's some grandiose murder, and what people really do have to understand is David isn't caught because David is some mastermind. David is a 20-year-old, okay? This is not Dexter Morgan trying to hide a body. David is an individual that, is 20 years of age, okay? David is not somebody that has a whole lot of life experiences, or really anybody around David isn't super duper smart. What really is the saving grace for him here is how decomposed that body is. The LAPD and David have both not made statements, which is weird because, I would express or I would definitely expect some sort of like public remorse, or not remorse, but like public shock and sadness, maybe even proclaim a little bit of innocence, but it hasn't happened, right? The LAPD has been incredibly quiet about the situation, which I assume because of how high profile it's gotten that everyone is talking about it, that they're building together the most ironclad case that they can show in front of a grand jury down the road and absolutely nail whoever was behind this fucking heinous crime. Because at the end of the day, you really have to look at it, right? Like, it's a little girl that lost her life. And I personally think that every adult around her necessarily really just didn't, they failed her. They really did. There isn't a reason why a minor like this should have been allowed this much contact with somebody who has a clear power dynamic over her, somebody that is clearly older than her. And ultimately, this is a young girl that should have had some monitoring going on with this connection, right? Like, it's not inherently illegal for an adult to hang out with a minor, right? But it definitely should raise a lot of red flags to people in the household, to family members, to individuals, that yes, my daughter or my little sister is hanging out with this fucking rapper from LA, and maybe I should keep some close tabs on that. So really, I feel like everyone failed this little girl. That really is what I'm thinking of. Now, obviously, David is roaming around free, and I don't think it's because, he's necessarily somebody that is a super mastermind. He could absolutely be innocent, okay? There's a couple things that sort of